door. As soon as the scene ends, be ready to come in, bring your stuff in, get mic'd up so that we can get right on to the next scene. You ready to roll? Cool. Okay, quick little tradition here. All right. Next to you and you. All right, welcome everybody to Masterclass. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. It's a very exciting time we're in. This is now the third Masterclass we've had since the pandemic began, which is crazy. And each one has its own life, and you'll see, like, I don't even know what's gonna happen over this weekend. I have no idea, but something magical will happen. That's just the way it goes. Saya can tell you, especially, she's been here the longest, probably as a Masterclass student, and I can tell you that for me, when it comes to the idea of discipline and mastery, because you know this is called a master class, right? And so for me, the concept is you come into this class if you want to work toward mastery, which means you want to grind. You want to work really hard. You want the critique. You're not seeking to be somebody who's looking for approval, but somebody who's hoping to get better and exponentially better over the weekend so that you can take those skills and bring it into the next one. So it doesn't matter where you are. It matters what did you do to prepare for today, and then what are you willing to do to get better 2 days from now? What kind of hours are you willing to put in? And that'll determine the progress that you make. And thinking about the pandemic, there's always in life a reason to stop. Like that there's always an excuse. I don't care what it is. There's going to be an excuse to quit and to give up, to stop. And so you look back and you look at the times that you grew the most, and it's usually were the times that were the hardest. And you look back on those things and you're really grateful for them, but it usually takes reflection to do that. So my hope is one of the things you'll take away is the enjoyment of being in the process of growing, the process of listening, learning, even struggling. If you can embrace it, embrace the challenge, embrace the failures and whatnot, you'll find your way to the other side and you will be stronger for it. I can take Saya for an example, and she's one of many very talented actors that have gone through here and become a part of this program, and she continues to progress, continues to stick with it. And if you think about, again, like excuses and whatnot, the 2 master classes ago, we went up via video, and people laughed at us. Like, master class and video? I said, yeah. That's exactly what we're going to do. And I said also, you know what I said? I said, I'm going to give you, additionally, a free private lesson from me. I charge $400 an hour. So essentially, you're going to get your master class for free. I'm willing to give you this extra thing just because we've never done it before. But I also guarantee it's going to be awesome. It was an unbelievable class. Like, that master class via video was so great. And I realized afterward, like, dude, you didn't have to give away something free. You could have charged more. But I still did it, and I'm happy I did it. And I'm not worried about it. And what's interesting is some people were grateful. Some people were not grateful. Didn't even say thank you. I mean, crazy. So you want to think like where is your mindset at and where do you want to be at? And I know, because you're here, you're sitting in the room, that the group of people who are progressing forward have a certain mindset. And the way we're progressing as a studio, those who stick with the program, just as actors alone, you're going to already have a reputation. You'll already have a level of fame. You're going to get exposure. And you'll be exposed. You'll get exposure and you'll be exposed. So you're going to get exposed for, did you progress, did you not? Do you have the right mindset or do you not? And I'm the same way, right? Like I'm completely out here on a limb right now. I'm speaking live in front of whoever knows. Could be 1, could be 1,000. I have no idea. And the concept should be, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter if nobody's here. You should ideally want to feel the same pressure and hold yourself to the same standard of excellence. And that's kind of what we're going for here. So I celebrate today. I celebrate all of you. I celebrate every masterclass that's gotten us to here. And honestly, I'm not going to joke or pretend like it hasn't been hard. It's been really hard. Really hard. I mean, there's been ups and downs and lefts and rights, but you know, I mean, Brian, as you know, a big part of what we're doing here. One of our employees needed to leave and take some personal time. It's just the way it is, you know. My day yesterday was 3:30 a.m. until about 1:30 a.m. That was my day. My kids were like, "I didn't get to see you yesterday, Dad." I'm like, "Yeah, sorry. But I'm coaching you in improv class." And Razi was like, "You were so good, Dad." I was like, "Thanks." And then of course I'm going to dedicate a lot of time to my family. So like I don't believe in this like, you know, you work till you die kind of thing. Like I want to make that clear too. That I don't believe in that. I believe in sleep. I believe in rejuvenation. I don't want anyone to get the wrong message when it comes to that. But at the same time, there are certain people that are willing to give more and do more to achieve certain things. And it's okay, actually, if you're not of that mindset. You just have to be honest with yourself for where are you at as far as where do you want to go and in what time frame do you want to get there. I think the thing that can be extremely frustrating is when somebody wants to get to the end too quick. You want to get all the way to whatever somebody else has, but you haven't even come close to putting in the work that they've put in. And then you're surprised why someone else laps you. So as we adjust, as we think through these things, I want you to give over to everything that happens over this weekend. I want you to be very honest about what you did, what you didn't do, where you are, where you're not. Because from truth, we can find a place to bring these plays to life through where you are right now, and then ideally help you to grow as actors and as people so that you get better, get stronger through the resistance that is sure to come as we progress through these scenes. So once again, thank you for being here. Very grateful. I'm excited to see what happens, as I don't know either. But what I do know is first up, we have Joey and Andrea doing a scene from the play Proof by David Auburn.
What?
Oh. God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You, scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Good.
Drinking alone?
All right, good. So this is better, you two. Now I really got to get into some of our whys here, and what do you think is really happening in this opening moment? What's it about?
So actually, I talked about Joey with this a while ago, and we kind of made a really big discovery. At least for Catherine, she really, really likes him, but she knows that she's a mess right now. Mm-hmm. So there is a small part of her that's kind of like, I like really want you to be here because I have nothing else. And I'm really deeply in love with you, but I don't want you to see me like this because I'm a mess and I'm scared that you're not going to like me if you see me like this. So there's another part of her that's a little bit more dominant that like really wants him to just go away and like come back another day when she's okay.
Totally agree. Yeah, 100%. Which is why the last time I had told you about messing yourself up a bit. I mean, and literally the idea of having drool coming from your mouth, just whatever you would consider to be embarrassing, right? Is that idea. There's this crush, this love interest, and then they see you exposed in a way that's like I didn't want you to see me this way. And she's got all these things going on in her mind right now, and trying to also figure out reality. She just came out of a dream that was really, really real, you know, or a vision or whatever she's having at the moment. And so now she's like really checking that for 1 second, and then realizes it's him, and then realizes the state she's in. And why are you outside?
Because I think that I knew he was in the house.
Yeah.
And this was the only place where I was like, he doesn't have to watch me if I'm out here. And
Also, where's he gonna leave from?
outside. So there's a small part of me that like wants him to know.
100%. You planted yourself there so that you make sure he runs into you on the way out. And then you got bored, probably, and then you got drunk, probably, and you fell asleep, probably. And now you're pissed. Like, why did it take you 7 hours? I've been like, you know what I mean? There's a part of that going on. But good, like that's great. All those discoveries are correct. What about you? What are you feeling?
For him, he comes in with the objective to get out initially. Then when she wakes up, there's like a conflict of interest that I think, and so basically he sees her in this state and it doesn't bother her, but he knows that he wants to help basically. Mm-hmm. But he also recognizes the fact that he's trying to get something out of the house. Even though it's for her, he doesn't want to get caught.
What do you think is the most important thing in the scene and in this opening moment?
Probably getting out.
What do you think is the most important thing? So you think what you mean for him, that's the most important thing?
Yeah.
I'm talking from an actor standpoint. What's the most important thing for this opening moment and the scene in general that we make sure we get across to the audience?
Gosh, I don't know.
Okay. I'll give you a hint. It's like the most important thing usually in all the scenes and in every improv scene. It's the first thing that you have to make sure that if what is it?
Is it the relationship?
It's 100% the relationship, that's right. So the chemistry between the two of you is vital. Uh-huh. We have to feel the electricity going on between the two of you, and it wasn't there.
Sure.
So that's why I stopped the scene, because it was flat. Mm. There's different tricks that I wanted to do anyway, but those things I can let go, and we can always put icing on the cake. But if I don't care about the relationship, then I don't care about the play.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I don't care if she feels disgruntled if I don't care how she feels about you.
Sure.
And vice versa, right? So you have to take a second to really soak each other in. You got to make sure you're talking to one another and that you let all those butterflies happen.
Okay.
What did you do before you came down here?
In the scene?
Mm-hmm.
I was reading the books, and then the book that's here was the last one I read, and basically it has a note from her dad, legibly, which was something like doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I, like, the way I saw it, he just kind of couldn't decide what to do, and then he ended up taking it, realizing it's super late and I got a pretty good chance of getting out of here.
Okay.
And then...
And he is hiding it, though.
Yeah. Because she would never let him leave with the notebook.
Okay, and it's not in his backpack.
No, it's in his jacket.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's 100% like knows he shouldn't be doing what he's doing.
100%.
Okay.
But he also knows that it's not for a wrong reason.
Right.
Like, he's not actually trying to steal the math. It's to send her the note on her birthday, which he thinks is tomorrow, but it's actually today.
So he's doing something right now
to try to get her to like him.
Haha.
Yeah.
So this is like you're in trouble for, like this is me being in trouble lying to my wife and saying nothing's behind my back, when really it's a bouquet of flowers.
Uh-huh.
That's the amount of wrong you're doing right now.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, probably what you did is you looked around the house a little bit. I'm just thinking logically a moment before.
Yeah.
Looked around the house a little bit, called her name a few times, sort of quietly, assumed she was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And then was like, all right, I'll just sneak out. I'll do something with this. I'll bring it back. It'll be awesome. Okay. So good. So therefore, you're both very connected into the idea of we like each other. I didn't feel it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is we'll go again, and I want you to both lean into the idea of we want to focus on our relationship, and I got to build the chemistry. If we don't get there, no big deal. I would love to take a moment and demonstrate for the class and our online audience some exercises that we can do to create chemistry, to build that sort of relationship that makes it feel like we're in love or have been in love or have these real feelings. And this is why it's so hard as actors, really, because if you're doing your job right, you're really living in the moment. You got to be into each other for real in the moment. So there's a way to do that safely. There's a way to do that that's appropriate, that doesn't take you off a ledge and end up, Brad and Angelina. But that is the risk. Because if you look at a lot of the celebrity marriages and you look at the timing of the divorces and the timing of the separations, and then you look at the movie they did right beforehand and who they were in the movie with and what they did with that person in that movie, you go, oh, crap. There's a very distinct connection between these things. So there is a way to do it right, and there's a way to understand what your lines are and make sure that you don't cross certain lines, etc. So you can protect yourself as somebody who wants to make sure that I can be professional and yet still do these types of scenes. And then wherever you are in your life, you decide, hey, this is my line for me that I won't cross. But I can act a certain way depending on whatever my line is. Okay? All right, so that's the last thing I have to say about that. I want to mention to the online audience, and I don't know if you can hear this or not, you might not be able to, but in the room, we can hear some music next door. And this is a little quick funny story. This whole complex was empty for a while. Speaking of adversity, there was a time when we moved in here and it was thriving. There was a bowling alley. The whole complex was like doing crazy well. We were the first of our kind in the space, so we brought a theater into the neighborhood. Then a really cool coffee house came in right after us, and we're like, yeah. And then like the complex went dead. The bowling alley left, and like empty parking lot for years. And so we had no anchor business. That's the crazy thing. So I remember we would always be like, oh man, I just wish like a cool business would go next door, maybe somebody like-minded would be nice. So then it's like, hey, this Christian business is going in next door. Like, oh, that's cool, you know, like-minded, that's kind of neat. Like, wonder what they're doing. Their gym, oh yeah, that's really cool. Well, we didn't think of the idea like a gym is gonna have super loud music all the time. So, funny, be careful what you wish for. You know, and secondarily, we're gonna have to build a wall, right? We'll have to figure out, so now we're dealing with adversity. But I wanted to bring this up because I know it's true, it's in the room, we gotta point it out. Okay, and this is an acting lesson too. Mistake happens, you lean into it. Now, having said that, this is also the other thing that went through my mind, and so now I wanna give you this so that you have it and you have it. When the music came on, what happened in your minds? Did you hear it?
No,
You guys didn't hear it?
Like,
You heard it. What happened in your minds?
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, that type of idea. So what I did was I went, oh no, for a second. And then I had to tell myself, so I'm coaching my own mind, and I go, you have to work harder on focus.
Didn't even hear it.
You didn't hear it, but my ear is right here. So, and there are times when it's louder, okay? But I'm literally going, bing, I hear this noise, and I have to go, focus more deeper on you guys. Then I let this kind of disappear, and then now it becomes just background noise. And these mics are so good, probably the online audience can't hear it at all. But if you let it be a distraction and you let it take you out of the scene, it'll be that. So now for the two of you, let's say you do hear it. Okay, let's say you are aware of the room and they become louder. Here's what you do. You just let that noise be something you want it to be. So in other words, what is your fourth wall? What's out there?
My front yard.
And what
a
is?
Street, and there's cars. It's really late at night, so there's no cars going by, and there's like a street lamp out there.
Okay, where at?
It's right next to the university, so it's just grass and a couple houses next to me, and then
Where?
in the distance in Chicago.
In Chicago. So in Chicago, second city, there's never nothing happening. So in this particular case, that noise, the same way this has to be something. You have to believe that it's the street and the grass and all this, even though it's not, you have to believe that it is when you look out there. When I hear the noise becomes for me cars in the background, people downtown or something, I could barely hear that. Crickets, the noise of that one street lamp, the little buzz. Whatever I want that noise to be, it is. And then above that, as an actor, as a teacher, I have to rise above the noise. So you can see, like when I'm teaching and I grab your attention, all of a sudden that really disappears. But then if I'm quiet or you're too quiet, it'll be harder for us to concentrate on you because this is really fighting for our attention. So you want to use this and go, I'm going to win that battle, and I'm going to make your job easier, audience. So you don't have to fight as hard. I will help you overcome that with my energy, my vitality, my volume, my approach to this. Does that make sense? All right, cool. Last thing, Joey, I don't think that you would wake her up on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Agree?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you see her till she wakes up. Correct?
I could see that, yeah. I wasn't playing it that way.
I know.
Yeah.
But that's because I think that's because of the stage
Oh, okay.
restrictions.
Sure.
Okay. So my question to you is, how do you get that? How do you make that work? How can you do that for yourself where you set yourself up?
To not see her?
Right. So I understand why it was the way it was for you, because here's the thing. You watch this, and if I open the door, what's the first thing I see?
Andrea.
Her.
Yeah.
And now I have to, not only that, but, and she's got to ignore this sound. That first sound's pretty loud. Okay, now she's got to ignore that. I have to like see her, pretend like I don't see her, and then I have to.
Yeah.
And then I got to be like, oh, I woke you up? Crazy. So how do you fix that?
I mean, you could have somebody slam the door.
Okay, how else?
You could close her off.
Okay, how else? How about for you?
I don't know.
Cool. Here. Why don't we start the scene with your back to here?
Oh.
It's
Okay.
a simple blocking move. So now, if I shut the door like this, and now watch this, and I focus all my attention in here, because that's where I think she is.
Oh.
So I'm like, she's never gonna catch me. And then she pops, and it's like,
Oh, yeah.
that will help you to have a real reaction. All your attention's got to be there in trying not to wake her up that way. Then that noise, the first noise you hear, pops her there, and you go, what? So you're just as scared as she is.
Yeah. Okay.
And you got the notebook, and it's like, you're gonna think I stole this. Cool, I think you're cute. Whew. And you're going, the hell are you doing? Okay?
Cool.
All right.
I no longer hate the beginning.
If I like genuinely feel like I need to pop up when that door opens, can I pop up? Like not when it closes, but if like that first noise kind of really shocks my system, can I pop up for that first noise before he even closes the door?
Yes, but I want to really discover why you want to pop up, because I think I want to pop up as you also, but for a different reason.
Oh, you want like a reason? You want me to like tell you?
As an actor, why do you not want to be there? Because I agree with you, but I want you to figure out your why, and then we can figure out how to get there.
As the character?
No, as the actor.
One thing that you said last time that like really stuck with me and that really frustrated me because it was so difficult for me for some reason was this idea of like you need to be completely in another world. So when that door actually makes a noise, you snap out of it completely so you're what's more genuine.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what I've been playing with too. So like if I heard a noise that really like kind of knocked me out of like whatever I created in my head, I want to react to it. Because in the moment
But the reaction is different than getting up.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to get at here is you're asking me, can I get up when the noise happens? The answer is yes, but I think inside right now you want to get up, but you don't know why.
As the character or as the actor?
Well, both.
Okay.
The character wants to get up, so you're going backwards and going, I wonder if I could get up on the sound.
Okay.
Fine, and that could work. But I'm trying to figure out if you can figure out, why do you want to get up so bad? What is it inside you? Because I agree with you, actually. And I'm trying to figure out if you can figure out, why would you want to get up?
As like a Catherine, why do I want to get up? Or like
Both.
I think I just think that like I felt like the way that I kind of viewed it was this idea that like I did have a dream about my dad, and at the very end of that dream I kind of had a moment where I realized, okay, so he was crazy.
It's way more basic than this.
Oh, good.
So that stuff's all right.
Okay.
Here's what it is, and everyone can soak this in. This is how we block and why we block certain things. He's gonna come like this. He's stuck. I'm stuck. What's weird about this?
There's nothing happening?
No. You're a fish in a fishbowl.
Oh.
I hate your position if I'm you. Especially if I don't want to be seen. That where you are, you're stuck, being watched.
Yeah.
So if I were you, at some point in time, and there's somebody like behind me, and I'm trying to, I would want to get away.
That makes so much sense.
Yes.
That's like, okay.
So that's your why. So what I'm trying to tell you is your body wanted to get up, and you're trying to go, can I get up on the sound? Yes, but you don't have to. What you have to do is, if that happens, cool, but don't even think about it that way. Just realize when I feel uncomfortable, go to where my character would go. And then the actor, if the actor's smart, will get on the same plane with the other actor. So if he happens to be here, you know, I would try to land someplace that's along the same line, so that neither of us are looking upstage.
Would you like me to do that?
Sure.
Like stand up and like.
What do you mean?
To get on like the same plane as him. So instead of just popping up on my seat, to kind of like get up and try to like move backwards towards him.
Well, think about how weird that is. Go over here.
Okay.
And just stay right there, okay? How weird is it for me to get up and try to get on the same?
Yeah.
I would never do that.
Right.
Right? And what do I want to do? I want to hide and I want to get away from you. Maybe I take this, maybe I don't. But it's like, I don't want to be, I don't want you looking at me. Like, what are you doing here? Leave. Right? And now, honestly, I hate that I have the bottle.
Okay.
And this is how I experiment. It's like I make that move and then I'm like, I wish I didn't have this unless I need it later. But even if I need it later, I could always go get it. And maybe I don't want to be here. Maybe after I do this, I'm like, hey, I don't like that. Maybe I get up and I go here. I'm like, what are you doing here? Get out. Get out. And now, what do you want to do as him?
Kind of just want to look at her because I'm concerned.
Get out! Yep, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. And I want to help you do that. And eventually we end up on the same plane, but I don't force it.
Okay.
Okay?
You gave me an idea.
Okay,
I'm gonna try
good.
something.
So Joey, be already in.
Okay.
Be already in with your back to the stage. Come all the way in. Come all the way in. Don't even worry about it. Just start all the way in already. Make it easy for yourself. Okay, right there. Now grab the door. Okay, the scene hasn't begun. Grab the door. Now, look and find something specific to look at and just get very, very interested in her not hearing you from inside the house. And you can even, like, physically be really good at sneaking in like you're 007. Go ahead.
What?
Oh.
All right, good. Again. Not so controlled, Joey.
Control. What do you mean?
Like, be so focused. Like, let your scare her scare you. Like, get right into the meat.
Okay. Cool.
Don't overthink it. Sneak in. And go.
What?
Nope. So Joey, you sneak and like go. Like, you got to already be in action.
Oh, I see.
And I would turn that way for your own sake.
Sure.
So
No,
I'm
that-
going.
Yeah. Yeah, it's coming together.
Okay. Go. Win. Get out. You win.
What?
Oh. God. Sorry. Did I wake
Okay,
you?
good. Now, why are you hiding away from her?
Because I'm trying to
Okay,
get out.
again. Actually, no. All right, now hold on. We're gonna add something. Okay, sit down. Okay, here we go. Take a deep breath. Look at each other. Look at her eyes, Joey. All right, now we're gonna fall in love. Okay? Are we okay with that? You committed? Okay. Pick one thing on the other person's face, something very small. Could be an imperfection, whatever, and find it just so beautiful. Find one thing to just let yourself fall in love with that one thing on their face. it's just, I never noticed it before. Wow, how beautiful that thing is. If you found it, raise your hand. Okay, good. Now zoom in on it. You can put your hand down. Keep looking. Get closer to the thing you want to look at. Good. Get a little closer to the thing you want to look at. Okay, good. All right. Now, you have to look. You can't not look. You're like a bug at night that's so attracted to the light, or like a bee to honey. Like you can't not look at it, okay? But don't get caught. Go ahead. Don't get caught by the other person looking at the thing. Go. Don't let them see you look at it. Don't let them see you, but you have to look. Don't let them see you, but you have to see it. You gotta see it. You gotta see it. You gotta see it. You gotta see it. Don't get caught. You gotta see it. You gotta see it. Find it. Find the thing you love. Where's the honey? Where's the honey? Find the honey. Start the scene. Find the honey, find the honey, find the honey. Start the scene. Don't get caught.
What?
Oh. God, sorry.
Okay, good, good, good. Don't stop.
What do you...
Okay. What would, if you were here alone in this studio at night, and it was dark, and there was one light on in here, and the rest of the place was totally dark, and then you heard something that sounded like a slam, like a door, and glass breaking just outside that door, what would you do?
Freak out.
Okay, then what? Would you just stare straight down?
No. I'd panic.
That's what you were doing. So what you would do is you need what? You need facts. I'm terrified, but I need to know, should I be terrified? Was it the neighbors? Are they doing some kind of weird workout where they break stuff? I don't know. But I need to know how scared I really need to be. Was it our place? Did I dream it? So now now I gotta find out. So you're in a state of, we wake up, figure out where you're at, you should accidentally have seen him.
Okay.
Once you see him, honey.
Gotcha.
Again.
What?
Honey, Joey, honey.
Oh, God. Sorry.
Honey.
Did I wake you?
What?
Honey.
Were you asleep?
You, scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
Sorry. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Good?
All right, good, good. So this is better. Does it feel better?
Yes.
Yeah, I felt
Okay.
flat. I felt it.
Well, yeah, part of it is just the vitality that you're not bringing to the stage, and the improvisational, like letting yourself go.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can feel it or not, but when I teach and I move and I get to the stage, and even my voice right now, there's a different energy.
Yeah.
You should be that much or more.
Sure.
Demand our attention. You got to demand it.
Okay.
So just because you're doing the thing doesn't mean you got to get in, and you got to help each other.
Yeah.
You got to push each other to that place so that you're getting reactions, pushing for reactions, and finding yourself into uncomfortable zone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
We got to watch you fall in love. We got to, and I'll tell you too, for her, that don't forget now that right now you don't think there's anything that he could possibly fall in love with. So you feel exposed, which makes you angry.
Okay.
So even though you think he's cute, you'll keep looking at the thing, you'll be all that in love that you are, and we should feel it through the anger.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. What?
Oh, God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
To her, go to her. Joey, don't be safe.
Yeah. Were you asleep?
Scared me for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
Sorry, I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Good.
Drinking alone?
Yes?
Champagne, huh?
Yes.
Celebrating?
No, I just like champagne.
It's festive.
What?
All right, good. Now, Andrea, so what's your why for being angry?
Because I'm pissed that he's not leaving because I don't want him to see me like this.
Because I don't want him to see me like this.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really want him to leave. So you're fighting two things. You don't want him to see you like this. Okay, so how are you not doing what you want to do physically?
I'm not hiding myself
Correct.
enough.
So you probably should have sat by now. You probably should be hiding your face by now and let him come to you. Because he's going to come to you like honey. Okay? And now you're going to go, yeah, you drinking alone? Yes, like, you know what he's saying. What is he saying?
Can I drink with you?
Yes. Drinking alone? Yeah, alone. Champagne, huh? Yeah. So you're mad, but don't lose the love either.
Okay.
Okay?
Gotcha.
All right, again.
What?
Go.
Oh, God.
Again. So no hesitation, Joey.
Okay.
And Andrea, make him react. Like your thing, whatever you do, should be for him. However scared you get, make him jump out of his toes.
Okay.
Okay? Like be psychotic this time.
What?
Oh, God. Sorry.
Okay, I lost the honey, Joey.
Okay.
Do you see what you're doing?
I mean, yeah.
You're doing this. Oh God! Like you're showing me you're surprised on your face
Uh-huh.
instead of speak to her.
Okay.
Okay? Something new. When he wakes you up, something new.
What?
Oh. God. Sorry. I think I messed up my line.
I don't know.
Did I?
No.
Did I wake you? Something new, something new. But add excitement to this, guys, and let the scene just go. Like put this thing on the rails and just go.
What?
Oh. God. Sorry.
Again, you didn't scare him.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear it. What?
Oh! That sounded the same. I'm gonna start over.
Joey, do something new. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
Go.
What?
No, more. Psychotic.
Okay. Okay, I have an idea. What?
No.
Oh.
Psychotic.
God.
Again. I'm gonna give you a hint. They should worry a little bit over their music and over what they're going on. They should go, should I call the police?
What?
No. Right? I mean, did you feel like that was psychotic?
No.
Do you think they're gonna call the police?
I was gonna throw it at him and then I got scared. And
What is that gonna do? It's your voice.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I'm talking psychotic. I need it to like I should have to next time be worried that I'm not covering my ears.
Okay. What?
Oh. God. Sorry.
Hide.
Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
Hide.
Sorry. I didn't realize it had gotten so late.
Keep connecting to her, Joey. Find the honey.
I'm done for the night.
Good.
Go to the honey. Go get some honey.
Drinking alone?
Yes.
Go get some honey.
Champagne, huh?
Yes.
Celebrating?
Look at the honey.
No.
See his honey too.
I just like champagne.
It's festive.
Honey, see it. See how cute he is. And you don't want to fall in love with him, but you are.
What?
Festive?
God, he's cute. Stop looking. Stop staring at the honey. Oh, I can't look away.
Do you want some?
Sure.
I'm done. You can take the rest with you.
Oh. No thanks.
Take it. I'm done.
All right, scene. We'll stop here. Good.
Hey.
Okay, so where are we at? Talk to me.
That felt good.
Good.
coming
We're right at
down.
the end here. That felt good. Good. All right. About you.
I'm like coming down now. I like where I started is so different from where I ended. Because I was like, I took the lesson that we did in front of the mirror last time, like really, really to heart. So like a good 15 to 20 minutes before I even got here, or like before I like was in the room, I just kind of sat and like stood in front of the mirror and just like let myself feel and like built a thought life. And I think I was like crying before the scene started. And then now I kind of like discovered like a different angle. So I'm like kind of excited to experience.
And you can combine them,
Yeah.
right? Like you can still be crying before the scene starts and then not want him to see the tears. And you can still be very emotionally connected and you can still come to the place of psychosis, but yet she's in love. And it's the love, it's the relationship that's the most interesting, especially through these very unusual lenses that we're not used to seeing. We're seeing what love looks like through the eyes of a genius. And it's cute. It's fun to watch. And it's uncomfortable. You know, you see this in a lot of shows where someone seems to be completely cold and maybe they have like a very, stiff way of speaking, and there's not much can get through to them. And then they're in love, and they just say, sure, I'll go on a date. And we're like, oh, they're so in love, right? So there's this whole underneath happening. The love is, the relationship comes first. Then it's about learning to listen to instincts, knowing how and why I am feeling uncomfortable, and being willing to like question it. And not just going like surface, but going legitimately, why, like, okay, my body wants to move, why? And if you answer that question, you'll figure out, well, I guess probably because there's a person looking over my shoulder. Like, I hate that person. I'm sure you do too. Like, if there's a stranger looking over your shoulder, like, I don't want that, If I'm feeling like I'm not in a good position physically, and someone like I'm in love with, there's no way I would let them just like stare at me in this way. Like, I'd want to like get myself someplace safe, So that's a big deal. And then second thing is, I think you got to start asking more questions moment to moment with script analysis, and just really go like, what is really happening here? Are we telling the story? Are we getting to that relationship? Because you don't have the luxury of time. You don't get to be boring. The first second is already interesting. So how do you make it that way? That's the thing you got to ask yourself always. Like, how is it already good? I'm not gonna wait for the writing to get even better. The writing's already good. I have to figure out why the word "what" is awesome. What's going on, and how can I like bring something new and bring it to life, and sincerely disturb the air, disturb my scene partner, do something they're totally not expecting. And then, dare to be wrong, but also like be brave too. And the two of you should talk privately. Like, what are you willing to do physically too? Know that. Is it a full-blown makeout session? Kiss on the lips, kiss on the cheek, kiss on the forehead, touch of the shoulder? What? Know it. Practice it. And if it's a full-blown makeout session, don't practice that. But legitimately, like I don't want it to be the first time when we're on the stage of whatever it might be, unless maybe for whatever reason it's planned. Or like we've talked about it, it's cool. Like we're gonna so what I would do is I go okay. So what are our boundaries? Or there are no boundaries. Well. And I would question my scene partner immediately. Like, well, yes, there are. There are for me, for instance, and I would start going through gross things, and they'd be like, so is boundaries? Yes, okay. So let's talk about our boundaries. Okay, what is good, what's not good, and we talk about certain things. Okay, then depending on how the scene is supposed to go, our relationship is supposed to go, that's how we practice. Okay, so I'll use you, Joey.
Okay.
Boundary for am I allowed to touch your shoulder? Do you feel comfortable as my scene partner if I touch your shoulder?
Yeah.
Okay, so actors, we've agreed upon that. Mm-hmm. Okay, now, in our scene, I'm an abusive uncle mm-hmm. who has beat you down, okay? Hey, buddy.
Hi.
So you're home. Let this do something to you, if you believe it. I'm an abusive uncle. What do you do? How do you react?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, same idea. It's okay if I touch your shoulder. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm the most beautiful girl you've ever seen. Okay. And in the scene, we're in love with each other. Mm-hmm. All right. Hey. No, you just have to let the touch mean love, and just be attracted to the touch. Not me, obviously. Just feel it. How you doing?
Good.
And it makes you want to come into it, right? So once we've established, like, what are our boundaries, okay, let's just say that we got, I'm just asking, like, okay, is this okay, that okay? And we're like, you know, in my acting, I would take a kiss on the cheek. Like, probably that's it, or whatever it is for you, okay? And if it doesn't belong in the scene anywhere, but then you're compulsed to do so, and it like disturbs the air, and one of you ran up to the other one and kissed him on the cheek, they'd be like, God, the heck? And it could be right for the scene, for the moment, for the whatever. And that's the idea of like surprising the other person and being willing to do whatever, but you got to talk about it ahead of time. Then you got to live in the scene, and then then you have to react as the character through your instrument, and it's like, yeah, I should go. And now all of a sudden, as you leave, it's like, you know, and that's for you. Mm-hmm. And like, you did some work and you've done other work, and then there's the surprise that you get to do with each other.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. Cool. Any other questions before I let you go?
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So thank you so much. Online audience, we're going to have about a 5 to 10 minute scene shift here, scene switch. So we'll be off for about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be bringing on the next scene. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The camera did? Uh-huh. There's batteries right there. Literally 5 minutes ago. If it died, that means the card's no good.
Me. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
Olivia?
Testing, 1, 2, 3, check, check, check.
Andy.
Testing, 1, 2, testing.
Love it. Okay.
Cool.
Rolling tester. Rolling data. Rolling mono. And roll teacher cam. Alright, audio's on.
Alright, we are coming back in. I'm shutting the door.
Turned on you.
Okay, here we go. Welcome back, everybody. As usual, we are running scenes from great playwrights, some of them Pulitzer Prize winning plays that have been on Broadway, off Broadway, etc. We believe in spreading light-driven content. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build an army of actors who can go out and impact the world at a really high level. That's been a part of the Deering Acting Studio mission from day one. Having said that, in order to get to the light, oftentimes we have to go into the dark. So I can tell you right now, if you are offended by language or uncomfortable scenarios, this next scene is a little bit explicit. So now would be the time to look away if that is the case. But do know that if you stick around, we do try to get to the point of why things are written and shed light and shed even positive light on dark characters and people who are not necessarily like ourselves. So, having said all that, next up we have Monica and Olivia working through an excerpt from Where's My Money by John Patrick Shanley.
Wait! She tied knots in his tie. She shoved the tie up his tushy. And then At the key moment, she ripped the tie out like she was starting a lawn mower. Pup, 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 boink. The last nut was huge. But here's the twisted part. The next day he goes to the office. He's wearing the tie. Other than that, it wasn't a very good movie. What? What's that? I can't. I can't. I'm in a public place. Turquoise. You are? Right now? You mean for real? I like to see that. Natalie! Can you hold a second? Shut up. Natalie! How are you? Oh my God!
I'm getting coffee. Should I join you? Do you have a minute?
Yes. I'll finish up while you're...
Great.
I gotta go. What's Friday like for you? Friday night. Kenny's got a gig. Okay, I'll be there. That's just my number. Okay, see you then.
Hey, Celeste. Well, what do you know? So great to see you.
You too.
Where did you go?
Where did you go? You dropped out of the world. You look great, Natalie. You look really put together.
I sort of am together.
Did I hear you got married?
2 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You look so hokey stokey.
What does that mean?
Sex bomb.
I'll accept that.
You still with that guy?
Kenny? Yeah.
In the same place?
Yeah, same place. The room. Where are you?
Upper West Side. 2 rooms. It was Henry's aunt's when she...
What are we doing? Let's sit. I'm set up over here.
Good idea. Well, here we are. The accounting department.
I was secretarial.
Is that a ring on your finger?
I guess so.
I mean, it looks like an
engagement ring.
Well, is it?
That's what Kenny called it.
So isn't that what it is then?
He didn't exactly ask me. He just said that's what it was.
A guy says, here's an engagement ring. It isn't a big leap to...
Yeah, but he put it on my Visa card.
Oh, well, that's...
Questionable? Yeah.
Are you still acting?
I take classes, but I haven't got much work. I have a great coach, but my agent is... I'm not even sure I have an agent. I have to get into that. That's the next thing. There's always a next thing.
But I mean, did you,
Did I what?
you know, get an operation?
No, I never did. I decided against it.
So, you still have the limp.
Yes, but it's not very noticeable.
It was the very first thing I registered about you. Here was this sexy young girl. She wants to be an actress, but she has a limp. Can't they fix it?
There's nothing really wrong to fix. It's how I'm made. It's just a slight disproportion between my left and right hip. I guess at a certain point, I decided to accept myself as I am.
So, if you aren't making any money acting, how do you get by?
I temp. I'm a secretarial temp, just like I always was.
Did I hurt your feelings?
No,
I'm such a rhinoceros.
it's better.
Think so?
At least you tell the truth.
That's what I think, but maybe I'm just an asshole.
Even if you are an asshole, which you're not, at least you don't compound it by pretending to be sensitive.
I did hurt your feelings.
Well, what do you think?
So I did. I thought I did.
You just about said I'll never get a job because I'm a cripple.
An acting job.
Well, I'm an actress.
But you don't work.
Lots of actresses don't work.
And maybe those girls shouldn't be actresses.
You got a mouth on you, you know that? I forgot this characteristic. The truth teller.
Well, I'm an accountant. Bottom line.
When it suits you.
What's that mean?
Stuff.
Huh.
My white enamel alligator pin.
I don't follow.
You liked it.
What?
When we were working together, I had this white enamel pin of an alligator. You liked it and you did something.
Are we in the same conversation?
I left my jacket over my chair. When I came back from lunch, my white enamel alligator pin was gone.
This was back 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Are you saying 3 years ago you thought I took a pin off your jacket while you were at lunch?
It's more like a nagging, slight, unfounded suspicion I want to definitely put to rest.
There had to be 6 people in that office. Remember? Messengers coming and going. The coffee cart. Why did you think it was me?
I don't know.
Did I seem guilty?
No.
Then how did you come to think I took your pin?
No good reason.
Then why did you think it?
Because the day before I took your red beret.
You did?
Yes.
I had a red beret. I guess I did. You took it.
Yes. I've been carrying that confession around for 3 years. Actually, I've been carrying the beret for 3 years. Here it is back. I'm sorry.
Why would you take this?
Because I'm insane. And then I tried to justify my bad behavior by deciding you took my pin.
But I didn't take your pin.
I know you didn't take it. I wish you had. Then we'd be even. You can just walk away. I'll understand.
Listen, let's just say we're even, okay? So you took some raggy beret that didn't belong to you. Forgive yourself. We've all done worse.
Thank you.
No big deal.
I'm such a case.
Forget it.
No, you're a nicer person than me.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I want to learn from you. I want to learn to deal. Maybe I should look at my life without makeup. My life is bad. Well, it's not that bad. But I enjoy reading. I don't want to feel sorry for myself, but
Is it Kenny?
he's not helping. But it's him too. I'm not getting work, I'm turning 30, and I just got this huge bill for the ring.
I would have thought you'd already turned 30.
All right, I've turned 30. So your marriage is good?
I mean, actually, you must be 31.
Yes. All right. I forgot. You are an accountant. 31. I'm glad we got that straightened out. So how is your marriage? Good? Better? Bad?
It's good.
Nice for you. I'm glad. And you have a job you like?
It's solid.
So you see what you're saying. Look at the picture. You've got a life.
Well, I made choices.
No, it's karma. I've tried to make choices, but nothing sticks. Just float.
How's Kenny doing?
I think Kenny hates me.
He does not.
We have been together for so long, and his life is so not happening. And he's smoking so much dope.
Well, how's the band doing?
The band broke up. Kenny does weddings now as a pickup deal, but mostly he just sits in the apartment and looks at me like I'm the thing that ate his life.
Is he depressed?
He is a lazy, stoned drummer in a cheap Hawaiian shirt. He's like a depressing piece of furniture. What's your husband do?
He's a lawyer.
A lawyer? What happened to the other guy?
Who?
You know who.
Tommy. Well, I knew that wasn't going to work out. That was just sex.
You are nuts about him.
He was a porter. I wasn't going to marry a porter.
Did he ask you?
No.
That was hot. The thing that you had with him.
You never saw us.
I remember the way you looked. He was all over the way you looked.
Yeah, well, it was hot.
I feel like running something by you.
What?
Maybe not.
Okay.
I'm having an affair.
Oh, wow. Who?
6 months now.
Does Kenny know?
He acts like he doesn't, but I mean, there's evidence.
Phone calls?
No. Bruises.
This guy's violent?
We're violent. We both have a lot of anger. It's sort of Latin.
He's Latin?
No.
Huh. So, you hit him too?
No. But we're in it together. It must sound bad. It's hard to explain.
Why are you telling me this?
Haven't told anybody.
Then why me?
He slaps me, he spanks me, he makes me crawl around the floor like a dog. He calls me names, and then I go back home to Kenny and act like nothing happened.
So, Kenny knows.
I don't know. Kenny blows so much weed, he may think I'm something on TV.
He must know.
Who knows what Kenny knows? He's English.
So, the guy you're having this.
He has read the book that God wrote on my flesh. I've always been afraid to say what I want. He knows what I want, and he makes me do it. Get this. He gave me a gun.
He what?
Sometimes I'd be headed home late. He was worried about me, so he gave me a little gun. How sexy is that? I know. Sick.
Not necessarily, but what's the deal exactly?
There's no deal. I see him about once every week and a half. He calls me, I show up somewhere, and he burns down my fucking house.
He's married.
Yeah, I don't care.
You care.
You know what I mean.
And you know what I mean.
Let me control the way I tell this story, okay?
Okay.
There is an atmosphere with this guy of murder. I wouldn't say he would murder me, but it's there. Like an aroma. I could smell this thing on him when I met. We were in a public place. I remember thinking he was going to rape me and seeing like police photographs in my head of me. And just like that, right out of that, I gave him my phone number. I walked away like a camera was recording me and music I was walking to. And I felt like I was in a ghost story about love. A week later, we meet up. I'm alone with him for the first time. It's in his office. I walk into his office. He closes the door. Click. And I feel this weight come over my arms and legs. I was scared because he was going to do something to me and I wanted him to do something to me. I was afraid and I wanted to be afraid. I wanted fear. I was tired of being a good girl. The first time I went to him, I went to his office. I dressed all in white. Can you imagine? Like a sacrifice. I had this book called Return of the Native, and I just started talking about Eustacia Vi because I was so nervous. And he didn't call me on it. He didn't say, "What are you talking about this book? That's not what's going on here." He just talked back to me about Eustacia Vi. But while he talked, he put his hand on the bone of my chest and he slowly pushed me down. And he never stopped talking about what I was talking about. But he was pushing, and I was going down. And then his hands and my whole anatomy went to this other world. And we did things without words. What we were saying was like we were one bunch of people in one room. But what we were doing was we were another bunch of people in a very different room. A room without words. We both had a secret from ourselves. There was a lot of blood. I got my period right in the middle. He was big. He had to go to a store to buy me a raincoat to put over myself. 'Cause Natalie, I looked like I just been born. And this was in the office. This was in a man's office in the middle of the day. Do you know what I'm talking about? You do, kinda, don't you?
Celeste,
What?
I don't like this whole freaking thing. What are you doing?
I know,
I didn't see you for 2 years.
but you know what I'm talking about, don't you? In some way?
No.
God, I really thought in some way you would. I thought you...
You were mistaken.
I guess we never knew each other very well.
No.
But you were more like me before.
Maybe. Maybe I was turned on by dangerous, stupid shit when I was younger.
Okay. I'd appreciate it if you didn't repeat this conversation.
I won't.
I am a little bummed out we can't talk about it. I haven't told anyone. I can be pretty hard on myself.
I think you're inviting a conversation you don't want to have.
But I do want to have it. Look, I'm in trouble.
You're in some kind of underworld.
Yeah, I am.
But you want to see it as positive. And I can't help you with that. It's not positive. You've got it wrong.
Then straighten me out.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm inviting it. I want a reaction.
All right. I'll just lay it out for you. You're a whore.
What?
Don't, please. It's hard enough without you playing surprised. Don't tell me you haven't thought about the fact that you're a whore. A stupid whore.
Natalie!
I'll break it down for you. First thing, the count. Let's do the count. You're 31. Next year you'll be, guess what, 23? No, 32. And it goes on from there. Older, older, older. A flight of stairs going down, down, down. You're like a quart of milk reaching its expiration date. Have you ever tried to sell a pumpkin the day after Halloween? Oh. That's what you're facing. Are you ready? I don't think so. Is it just? Who cares? Pick a fight with God and see where you get. It's the truth of what it is to be a woman.
Not in France.
France? Then go to France. Climb the Eiffel Tower. Feed the pigeons. Maybe they'll be glad to see you. Please. You're in America. Do the math. You've got to face the facts. You've got a birth defect. You've got a limp. How many parts are there for limping girls? Laura and the Glass Menagerie. And that's it. Have there been any productions of that play?
Yes.
And did you get the part?
No.
Then it's time to stop office temping and doing Romeo's Girlfriend in acting class and get a bona fide fucking job. It's 2 + 2. You have to drop the lollipop and pick up the car keys. Next issue, Kenny. This may sound tough, but I'm going to say it anyway. Kenny's your best bet.
No way.
Yes, he's a loser. But what are you at this point? Maybe together the two of you can pull your car from the ditch and make some miles down the road. I know your act, Celeste. There's a million women like you. You don't want to look at your story because you don't like your story. So you just close your eyes and tell yourself a fucking fairy tale. Because you want the lie. You've got no interest in the truth. What's the truth ever done for you? The truth of your life is like a bad magazine. Boring story, lousy pictures. Which brings me to your mysterious, exciting, cheeseball stud who smacks you around because he's afraid of his wife. Do I need to talk about this rodent? A married, violent scumbag who slips you a Saturday night special for what? Valentine's Day? You can't look at what this guy pegged the minute he smelled that thrift shop essential oil you use for perfume. You're a pushover. Is this your notebook?
You don't like my oil?
What have you been writing?
Poetry.
Poetry? You're going down in flames. And if you don't get it together, they're going to pass you around like chicken wings.
I can't believe you called me a whore.
Hasn't he called you a whore? Haven't you called yourself a whore?
Never mind what I call myself. We're talking about you.
No. We're talking about you. I'm not the one who's in trouble. What's your definition of a whore anyway?
I don't know.
A romantic woman. Romance is for men. Women who settle for romance get used.
Where do you get off? What is this conversation?
This is the conversation you wanted to have.
Well, I'm stopping it.
Suit yourself.
You had no right to call me when you called me.
I have the right.
How do you figure that?
Because I was a whore too. A sloppy, stupid whore. But then I made a choice.
To what?
Not be. There are two groups of women in this world. You have a choice to make.
What about following your soul?
What if you have a damned soul? Are you gonna follow it down to the burning shit heaps of hell?
Maybe.
You are 10 years old. You don't get it, do you? How about this? I wouldn't even introduce you to my husband.
Why not?
What if your soul told you to fuck him?
That's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. You probably would fuck him.
I would not. What do you think I am?
I already told you what I think you are. And what every woman like me thinks every woman like you would do when she got the chance.
But off what basis do you say such a thing?
You like it to be wrong, to be a secret. A married man is the perfect thing.
You have no romantic feelings.
What I have and what I do are two separate things.
You said you were a whore.
And I was.
So, were you with a married man?
No, but it was bad anyway.
How?
He just wasn't a serious contestant. He had a dead-end job, health problems. He was rough with me. My feelings about him were cheap.
Romantic.
Same thing.
Maybe you're the one that needs to be straightened out.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. You have a point. But the only thing that makes me get up in the morning is this guy. Everything else is lousy. I have to have something to look forward to.
Give him up. Marry Kenny.
Aren't you afraid to give such big advice? I mean, what if you're wrong?
I'm not wrong.
What if what was right for you isn't right for me? We're very different people.
We're only different because I got on with my life and you didn't.
What if we're more different than that?
Everybody's basically the same. I was you.
I don't believe that.
That's because you're a romantic. There is no one right person for you, Celeste. This isn't about destiny. This is about making decisions with your head instead of your ass.
But what about my needs?
You need a roof over your head. You need an orthopedic surgeon.
I need more things than that. And if I don't get those things, I don't get being alive.
Enough. Bite the bullet, make the changes.
You're tougher than me.
That's an alibi. But even if it were true, you can get tougher.
I'm frightened to do that.
I thought you liked being frightened.
I don't want to live an idea instead of a life.
Is that what you think I'm doing?
You tell me.
All right. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm controlling everything that happens in my life. I'm looking down on my day and moving things around until it's right. I'm in control.
I went to see a self-actualizing kinesiologist yesterday.
What's that?
Sort of a psychic.
Oh, God. That is so perfect.
She told me I was going to see my future today.
Maybe I'm the future you.
I don't want to be you.
Celeste, you're pathetic. Wake up, would you? It's sad to just watch somebody just fuck everything up. I think you need to go home. Take a good, hard look in the mirror. Get real. Make choices. You need to take one day to get brutally realistic about the facts of your life and do something about it.
You don't know the things I think about when I'm alone. It's okay. I know what to do.
That's all we rehearsed up to.
That's it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
end scene.
That was about 45 minutes.
I wasn't expecting to get through all of it.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay. First of all, well done on working your butts off and getting that far and doing what you did.
Thank you.
I'm going to start by saying this. First and foremost, you're going to get, I think, less of your money's worth today because there's less time to coach you. That's cool, but you also got to feel getting through the scene, okay? But as we move forward, understand this, like, I don't even feel worthy to coach this scene. I know I'm not. Like, if I just wish I had Shanley in my ear and he could be like, that's what I was thinking. I mean, the amount of depth that there is to this play, and a lot of this is his experimental work, like as a young playwright, and him figuring things out. And it's weird because some of the things you can't tell what's like fantasy and what's real life and what's a dream and what's like this stuff just keeps kind of going back and forth, and it's so deep, and it feels like you have such a huge responsibility as an actor and as a coach to try to sift through this stuff. So truthfully, it depends on what you want to do as an actor, the both of you, as an actress, because you could work on this legitimately, you could work on this for the next 2 years and keep extracting new things and keep finding new discoveries, and the better it gets, the more you'll find little things wrong with it that we all missed, that I missed and you missed, but we couldn't see it until you fixed the things earlier, and then we're like, wait a minute, and then we'll hear something totally different and go, okay, start over. So you'll have to decide, how far you want to go with it, because eventually you could just, like, if you wanted to, you could work on this for however long you wanted to work on it, and then you could put up the play, or you could put up, the scene. But moving forward, we're going to need to chunk it out. 5 minutes at a time, and really like coach down to the nitty gritty. And then I would suggest you even rehearse that way too, where if you're going to move forward with a scene, that we pick a focal point of some kind and we dive into it and see if we can't overcome certain obstacles.
Okay.
But I mean, as an actor, you have to look at a line like he wrote the book. What is that line of the flesh?
He wrote the book. He read the book that God has written on my flesh.
He read the book that God has written on my flesh. Like when you read that and you go, I get to have to deliver that line. And there's so many lines like that. There's like huge gems, and you're like, cool. The amount of pressure attached to a line like that. That's like so good. And you're going, how did he write that? And then, I tell actors all the time, with everything they say, you have to continue to ask yourself the why. I feel like this entire scene, I'm going, wait, why? Wait, why? Why this example, Everything matters, everything. So there are no throwaways. And so you have to go in and dig a little deeper and dig a little deeper, and it's just gonna be just like this never-ending process of digging for gold. How did it feel to the two of you?
It was intense, because I think before, prior to the first masterclass, when we were reading over the scene, we were just when I read it, I was like, oh my God, this is so funny. This is so funny. And it was more surfacey for me. But then the more we rehearsed afterwards and delved deep into it, we weren't laughing anymore.
Yeah.
Because it is pretty dark.
It's super dark, but you know what? It's super funny.
Yeah.
And we didn't find the comedy this time. So that's something for us to understand now, because I actually mentioned this when we started the scene, with the idea of we're bringing dark to light. Okay, so sometimes a playwright can take us all the way to this place where we feel so uncomfortable that just the lack of you talking about it will go, oh, thank you for not saying that thing anymore, and then we get an audible reaction from the audience. And anytime you think there's a laugh, there is, and therefore you have to earn that laugh. you have to figure out, okay, I'm reading it, I understand intellectually that this is funny. Then you have to be willing to look in the mirror and go, when I perform this, when I rehearse this, I no longer find it funny. But when I read it on the page, it's funny. What is not translating? And what work do we need to do to get to that place? And those are great questions to ask. As a matter of fact, I wrote down right here, what's funny? And I'm glad that you saw how funny this is, because if you can find the dark, find the real, find what's going on, and then hit all the jokes, if you don't hit the funny, why would anyone watch this? It's too painful. You know, it's too hard to watch. I mean, what happens to her?
Who?
Celeste?
Yeah, Celeste.
She commits suicide.
She commits suicide right away. What happens to her?
She sees her dead boyfriend, and then she has a nervous breakdown for like the whole like rest of the play. She's just like having a constant nervous breakdown.
Totally.
But the thing is, with Natalie, like, she came into the scene with a nervous breakdown, but she has to work hard to cover it up. That was the thing for me, was to have her be in her headspace, but then I have to be overly nice to Celeste in the beginning because I don't want to frighten her off right away, because like I need her to be like, to feed my negativity.
Yeah, yeah. So when I say these things and I say, hey, we're going to work on these hard plays, and we're going to say uncomfortable words, and we're going to talk about uncomfortable subjects, but there's a reason. What's the reason? Like, what is going on? Have you figured out what the message is for you? If somebody watches this scene and then they know what happens to these characters, and they're sifting through it and going like, why would this acting school put this up? Why would these actors want to be in this scene? What would you say is the story we're trying to tell?
People aren't who they seem to be.
Yeah.
That everyone has pain, and some people deal with it differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the people that bash on you has nothing to do with you. It has to do with them.
Because when Natalie says, you're a whore, you're pathetic, you know, she is talking to herself. That's how she feels about herself, and she's projecting it onto Celeste. So when Celeste says, I don't want to be you, Natalie knows that, because she doesn't want to be her either.
Who do you want to be?
Who does Natalie want to be?
Yeah.
She wants to be loved, and
Yeah.
she's not. She doesn't know how to accept it.
Yeah.
You
both want to be loved.
Yeah.
Right.
Because there were points in the play when, you know, Natalie was kind of showing some vulnerability, like times where she had to kind of back off, and Celeste, I think, is very intuitive and
Yeah, she is.
picks up on that. And even though Natalie was just like insulting her the whole time, Celeste would still find things to say to like try to understand Natalie. Like when she said, were you with a married man? Or, you know, how's your marriage? Like she wants to get in, but Natalie's putting up a really tough front. And then at the end of the scene, it blows away.
Yes. And there's more.
Yeah.
But that is all true. Anything you have to add as far as like what we're trying to, the story we're trying to tell?
I think it shows how the way you treat people will affect them mentally.
Yeah.
And causes them to do, you know, suicidal thoughts.
Totally.
And to pick up signs because Celeste says, like, I can be pretty hard on myself. That's like a first clue of like, I am pretty suicidal. And then the very end, like, I know what to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to give up my life.
Because just in case anyone hasn't read this, at the end of the scene, Celeste sees Tommy, like as a ghost, like behind me, because she's actually the first one to see Tommy. Natalie turns around and sees him, and it is like, oh my God, what the fuck? And and it's interesting because like we were both looking through it before, many times that we looked through it, and Celeste goes to see like a psychic, and she said that I was gonna see my future today, and then she saw Tommy,
Which is a ghost.
which is
like,
death.
that's like
So
my
it's
death.
either you be like Natalie, who's like a cold hard bitch, or you die. And
like-
Celeste chose death because she didn't want to be like Natalie.
Yeah.
And what happened to Tommy?
I think how did he die? I think he killed him. I think he overdosed or something. I think he OD'd.
Probably. Are there facts, or it's sort of like left to interpretation?
Natalie said he was in bad health, dead-end job, health
Yeah.
problems. He probably did drugs.
Assumption.
I feel like he did drugs, so that was an implication there, and I think he OD'd.
And why do you think?
Because I stole money from him. I stole $2,000 from him
For?
to pay for her wedding dress, to pay for Natalie to pay for
revenge.
For revenge, and then she used it to pay for her wedding dress to marry Henry.
Yeah.
So he might have died of a broken heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we go back to this idea of when you were calling her a whore and saying all these negative things, and you were realizing that that's what you had been, but also the passion that she speaks of, you desire it.
Yeah.
You miss it. You want that. You chose the safe road over here versus the love and passion over here. Now, this is not necessarily right either. So there's like the playwright is giving us both sides to the extreme, pushing our boundaries and going, hey, this is off. You're judging me, I'm judging you, and we're in this place where truthfully, there's a part of you that I want to be, and there's a part of me that you want to be, and us kind of, instead of learning from each other, being very judgmental of the other person.
I think that's where the red beret kind of symbolized, because when Celeste pulled that out, it was like a memory trigger right there. So we chose to kind of use this prop to kind of like.
It's important.
Yeah, it's important.
Symbolizes romance.
It symbolizes romance, and it symbolizes Tommy.
Yeah. So good. So we'll talk about that then too in a minute. And the pin.
The pin was it's like a protective thing because it's an alligator and it's white, which is like purity.
Yeah, but she did end up taking it.
I did.
Right. No, I know.
Take it. I stole it.
You did steal it. Right.
I did steal it.
So that wasn't real enough for you. There was a few things that weren't real enough, and the fact that you did take it when that gets brought up, we have to see that hidden thing is there, and this whole and we keep changing the subject and hitting one another. It's a bit of a boxing match too.
There's some weird transitions.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's I don't know how to
because I don't
make it feel natural.
Good. So those are the types of questions that I want you to start asking yourself. And when we go back to this, we want to start adding on one layer at a time until you just are like, you know what, I want to move on to something else to work on my acting. That's fine. But there's so much to pull here. So first and foremost, we don't have the music yet. Where is this taking place?
It's in a cafe shop in Soho.
Yeah.
In Soho.
Soho, New York.
New York. The accents are a must. I don't know if we talked about this last time. Maybe we didn't earn that far. Okay, they're a must. So your next task is, hey, I'd rather get through 1 minute of the scene with a really great accent than get through 45 minutes, because the accent is required
Okay.
for the music to play and for you to hit a note like, I'm such a rhinoceros.
Yeah.
What a great word to say, especially in the accent. It's like it pops. There are certain things that once you get the accent and you start working the accent, and then you repeat the line and you have to find how to say the line in the accent, you're going, oh, that's funny. Like way funnier than it's been. And then you'll hear one line against the next line and realize how strategic everything is with the different patterns of letters and the way certain sounds go together. And it's it goes to a whole nother level, just that alone.
Okay.
Then we ask ourselves these questions, and I want you to ask, what's funny? Why? Why is this funny? Why is it not funny when we do it? Let's try again. Let's try again. Let's experiment. Let's try again. I want you to ask yourself, what's hard? Like you just did. So this transition is difficult. Why? What am I not getting? So rather than glossing over it and letting yourself have a pass, sit on it, sit on it, sit on it, sit on it. I mean, I'd much rather you spend more time on less script and really get it than get through the whole thing. Because then it's like, once you understand the foundation of the characters, of really what's going on, and I think you have a really good understanding. I mean, it's clear you did your work, because when I ask you questions about the play, you know it. So now it's going to be, all right, how do I apply all that and make sure that I'm not missing anything, but really, really apply it to every moment? So much subtext. I mean, I think you know most of the stuff I'm going to say, actually. It's now going to just be probably to be harder on yourselves and to understand that if it's not funny, I don't give myself a pass to not be funny. Like, I have to be real. And sometimes the way to get the laugh is through the tears.
Okay.
I also think your costuming is wrong.
My costume?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of a play here as well about social issues. This is a class issue. So this is you don't have much money. You have a little bit more money. You came into money, so you're like low class.
Okay.
You're now middle class. And there's the juxtaposition of that. So when you shop for her, you should take $17 and go to Goodwill.
Okay.
And you have, whatever it is, you have only that to spend, and try to look sexy from her perspective.
Okay.
So she'll be showing skin, and she'll be, but she'll be trying her best to look good, but this is what she has to work with.
Okay.
Okay? And even like, your hair, your makeup, I would do more makeup that's like flashy and
Okay.
And you have to have a limp. It's got to be very noticeable.
Okay.
When you walk, it's got to be, really notice. It's the first thing she noticed about you. What about the acting stuff, where that comes in?
What do you mean, what acting stuff?
Well, he pokes at us, at us actors, the playwright. He pokes at us a little. He pokes fun a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like, even he pokes fun at me. He says, she says, I have a great coach. And how many of us actors are like, oh, I'm in this great acting class, but I'm not working. So he's making fun of us on the one hand, but he's also bringing light to everybody else in the world, going, by the way, this is what you sound like when you rip our profession. Quit it. Stop doing what you're doing. And I wrote about it in my book, the idea of like these vultures that come into your life and they just want to tear you down. They just want to say what you're doing is not legit. And a lot of actors get themselves in the place where they have these stars in their eyes, just like Celeste, and like they're going, okay, well, I'm in a class, but like this and this, and so they lie to themselves like they're further along than they are, or they're going to get to some place that they're not, instead of realizing that acting can be my day job, but it's got to be my day job. So when she asks you about acting, you say, oh, I've got a great coach. Okay, great. But you don't say, I work on it 8 hours a day. There's a difference.
Yeah.
And she'd have a hard time refuting that, her character. So her character's the world, and your character is like actors who keep getting beat down. And so Shanley he's exposing that a little bit and throwing it in both of our faces, like all of our faces, going, hey, like this is all true, guys, so like live, like own it. So we got the accents, we got the costume. Last thing is the atmosphere. We're in Soho, we're in New York. Anybody from you're from New York? What's it like? Quiet?
No.
Ever? Ever?
Loud.
Ever? No. It's the middle of the day in Soho at a coffee house. Are you kidding me?
You can't hear yourself talk.
Can't hear, and there's people everywhere. Walking in, doing this or that. I gotta get in line. I gotta, and I mean, from my experience being there, it's so funny. If you're used to being an Arizona kid and you go to live in New York, I mean, you're like, how could people be so rude?
They're so mean.
You know, like like if you're going up to buy a bagel, okay, and you're looking at the menu and you get up and they just go, what do you want? And I'm like, and they're like, do you know or not? And before you know it, you're nervous and you're like, I guess I'll just have a bagel, and they're like, okay, and then they're gone, and you're like, and cream cheese, you know, and he looks back at you like, why didn't you say cream cheese when I was freaking there 2 minutes ago? But and I go back and I go, why are they that way? Are they actually rude? No. They're doing their job. They have a certain expectation, which is we operate this way in New York. By the time you get to the counter, know what you want, because we service a lot of people. So I respect you. You come up and go, bagel, cream cheese, and they go, cool, and like done, it's efficient. Good for you. I don't have time for that. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person. So this Arizona boy had to figure it out. I had to figure out that I walk down the street and I don't make eye contact, but I also don't avoid eye contact. I had to find that place. That's where you're safe. It's a whole nother lesson. It's something that this guy Jocko talked about on his show. This idea of like, how do you avoid getting into a fight? How do you avoid being a victim? And it's, you don't provoke somebody, but you also can't avoid them either. So I get, you know, someone scary gets into the subway and I'm sitting there. If I go like this, man, you are just a sitting duck. But if they're kind of hovering and you just look up like, not scared of you, and then back to what you're doing, they're going to find a victim instead. They're going to find somebody that's going to squirm. On the inside, you're terrified. But on the outside, you show strength. But I don't look up and go, what? Because that's an affront. So either way, you're going to get attacked unless you find that middle ground. That's the idea of being able to walk without making eye contact and without avoiding eye contact. It's hard. It's a tough thing to do. So that's where you're living is the point, though. So when she comes in, she's wrestling through people and going someplace, and then happens to see her through the crowd. So you made it too easy, where you just sort of walk in, stop, talk, you know, move. You have to create the environment. There are people everywhere. There's tables everywhere. There's noise happening, and you're having this like conversation here. Now New Yorkers are also loud. Mm-hmm. They're known for it. Big, loud voice, right? So she's doing that. Yes, it's uncomfortable. She would keep it down a little bit for her, but also because it's so noisy and it's New York, nobody cares. There's a lot of weird people in the world, and so New York, because per capita, if there's 200 people walking in and out of the coffee house right now, you're just not important to anybody. So you telling this weird story on the phone isn't going to really rouse any attention. Everyone else is trying to get their own attention someplace, but you still have to be aware that there's people around. So that comes back to location, atmosphere, all that. So there are certain now minimum standards that you're going to want to figure out, and the first one is like location, accent, build, and costume, right? And like my class. And you are a low class, self-proclaimed whore who lived in this place, who now is wearing a suit. So there's a part of that there too. So whatever that means to you, however you do your hair, like that's still gonna be in there. Maybe you draw a tattoo on yourself and you're hiding it, and you're showcasing yours. Something that's just like where you really feel the underneath the clothes thing, but the clothes are representative of these two differing things.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think we just start there, because there's so much like per line that I could just stop and go, hey, let's figure out this moment. But until you get those basics down, we won't hear the music of the play, not really. So we got the story, we kind of got most of it out. Now let's go back and starting 2 days from now, let's really nitpick the crap out of the first 5 minutes or 2 minutes or 30 seconds and see if we can't, like, again, go deeper and find these characters. And so I would just obsess over accent for 2 days and then obsess over accent for the next 3-4 months. Every day working on it, every day working on it. And the worst case scenario is you end up with a really great New York accent that you can use in any part you play ever, which would be fun.
Okay.
Okay?
So should we have accents by Saturday?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay.
And if they're so bad that we just can't focus, I'll tell you, cool, good job, you tried your best. Let's drop it for now, and we'll dig into something else.
Okay.
Because I won't be able to teach you an accent in 2 seconds, right? But do your best, and a bad accent is better than no accent to start with. Then we might drop it for a second, but then I'll tell you, the next time you get on stage, you won't be able to move forward until you have an accent that we all believe that Nick is like, oh, taking me back home. And whenever you get caught in the accent, I'm going to want to stop you. That's how good you want to be at it. All right?
Yes.
We got our work cut out for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get this next scene up before lunch.
All right. We are set, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, are we live? We're back up to live?
Yes, sir.
Cool, welcome back, everybody. I don't know why I did that.
Because it was fun.
I'm in the Masterclass delirious zone officially. So welcome back, online audience. Thank you for being there. We realize we're running a little behind, so we're going to make up some of that time here in this scene. We're going to pick up the pace, and then we'll probably have about a half lunch from what we were expecting, and then we'll be pretty close to being back on track. So without further ado, next up we have Astrid and Joanne working through an excerpt from the play Rabbit Hole by David Lindsay Abaire.
And then I see her across the bar, coming at me with this look, you know. And everybody kind of steps aside for her, like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her, and I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know this woman.
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine. I was sitting there with Rima, and suddenly this lady is in my face. And she's all sweaty and yelling and really pissed.
Why?
I don't even know at this point. It has something to do with her boyfriend, who's apparently at the end of the bar.
Were you flirting or?
No, I don't even know what she's talking about.
All right, good, we'll stop there. Okay, first Masterclass. Get that part out of the way. How you feeling?
Okay.
Okay, how you feeling?
I feel okay.
Okay, good. Nervous?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, I don't want you to lie. That's what I'm saying. When I ask you, I really want you to tell me exactly where you're at. So, Joanne, your voice needs to be 10 times.
Okay.
Okay?
That's typical. Yeah. Okay.
It is typical, and now we have to go, okay, let's get over it.
Okay.
Because now I'm in Masterclass. Your voice needs to echo the back of the wall.
Okay.
You have to be as loud as me or louder.
Okay. Like that?
Even more.
More.
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah?
Okay.
And then, but that's the lowest.
Okay.
So when she gets mad, she'll be even louder than that. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
What do you think this opening monologue's about?
So I kind of just came into her traditional Saturday afternoon routine, and I'm telling her about a story of me at the bar, which I, in my mind, envisioned was last night. I was out at the bar last night with my friend Rima, and this lady is just coming towards me,
But
looking.
why are you telling the story? I mean, I know the story. Why are you telling it?
So I'm thinking that as my older sister, or that she's my older sister, she's going to find amusement in this story I'm about to tell her.
Okay. But you know her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like even throughout, I'm going to be wondering, I don't understand why you're not at my level right now. Like I don't get why you're not seeing what occurred last night, what happened to me.
Uh-huh. I don't know how surprised you would be that she wouldn't back you on this. As you're really, because you're so different than she is. You know?
Yeah.
So you might hope that she's gonna laugh along, but I don't know. I'm not sure that you'd be like all that surprised because she's in another place in her life than you're at. Agree? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I ask again, why tell the story?
So maybe I'm trying to get her mind like off of what she's dealing with at the moment.
There's a good idea. Why else?
So that she could be more like me.
Don't know. I wouldn't say no, but that's not what was on my mind.
Maybe somebody to like talk to, like this is my sister, so.
What else you got going on?
So I'm about to break some news to her.
There you go.
So I'm like,
And this story has nothing to do with the news.
Right.
You get where I'm going here?
Kind of.
So I'm trying to tell you something. Like I have this news to tell you. I'm nervous to tell you this news. And then, yeah, this thing really happened, but here I am, like, trying to find a way to say anything that's not the thing that I'm going to have to say later. You know, like you're trying to find a way to bring up the news.
Okay.
Okay? And then, Joanne, you can be more interested in the story.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay.
But question her.
Okay. More. Just be a little.
Yeah, like try to follow the story.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Astrid, are you high class or low class?
I'm high class, technically, what
Okay.
my family is, but I'm like the lower class of my high class family.
Okay.
If that makes any sense, yeah.
I'm sorry. So you're upper class?
Yeah, so we live in Westchester, New York. So
Okay.
that's upper class. But me as a person, I work at Applebee's. So I'm still like trying to find myself, kind of. I notice that I'm a little bit different than my family, but I'm so like comfortable in my own shoes. It seems like that. Based on how I grew up, I'm similar. I'm like my family, you know, in the way like I dress and everything. But everything that I do.
So how wealthy are you?
I would say we're upper middle class. I wouldn't say that we're like rich. I would
Yeah.
say that we're comfortable. I mean, my family's definitely comfortable. She grew up in a comfortable family. She's a little struggling right now, but she knows. I mean, she's used to living a kind of a not a privilege, but you know, just a comfortable life where she doesn't have to worry about money or things like that. Well, she's starting to.
Yeah.
So she's a little out of sorts too, but it doesn't affect her the way that it would me.
Got
That
it.
would be like
Got
really
it.
bad if
Got
that
it.
happened to me.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me.
And then I see her across the bar.
Okay.
All right. Let's go again. So entertain her.
Okay. I'm gonna pretend that this is already poured. Because I really hate orange juice.
She doesn't even like orange juice.
And then I see her across the bar, coming at me with this look.
Okay.
You know. And everybody kind of steps aside for her, like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
All right.
But-
All right. Better. Now, I think you're stressing the wrong word on this.
It's italicized.
Okay. What's the most important word in the sentence?
Nut job?
Yeah. So if you're going to italicize it, cool. You can't drop nut job though.
Okay. So even higher on nut job?
What's
or?
with this nut job? Okay.
Okay.
Now, again, I'll say entertain her. So I want you to be bigger, louder, more like demand her attention.
Okay.
Okay? Bring her into the bar fight.
Okay. And then I see her across the bar coming at me with this look.
Yeah,
You know.
good. Now, here's what I mean. You got to become a storyteller. So what's the most important part of that first part?
And then
Uh-huh.
I see her across the bar
Then I see her across the bar, right? Doing what?
coming at me.
No, coming at me.
Coming at me.
Yeah, like she's like there's a jaguar, and it's like it's right, and its eyes are peeled on me,
Okay.
right? And it starts like slowly crawling toward me, and I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do, right?
Yeah.
Am I right? Like, you
Yeah.
know, she gives me this look, you know, and then I'm like, you're never gonna believe what I fucking did.
Okay, I love this. Okay. And then I see her across the bar.
No, you're throwing words away.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, let me restart.
Tell the story.
Okay. And then I see her across the bar, coming at me with this look, you know.
No, she doesn't know. With this look, you know.
And
No, go back, go back.
Go back.
Right now, go.
And then I see her across the bar, coming at me with this look, you know.
I need to know if I'm wrong, because if I am, I'll find out why I don't like the note. But is it this look, period, you know, period?
It's commas with this look.
Okay, so it sounds like a comma. So that means she comes at me with this look, you know? It's connected. It's not, she comes at me with this look, you know?
Okay.
It's not that. You hear the difference?
Yep.
Okay.
So if it was, with the hyphen, there would be that break, right?
Not necessarily.
No. Okay. All right. We'll wait till we get to that part. Okay. And then I see her across the bar, coming at me with this look, you know? Sorry, I messed that up.
Yeah? Good. And now the energy's better, but you're rushing.
Okay.
Okay? And hopefully Joanna's just terrified because your voice is so good now, she's going to have to match it. So she's probably just thinking, oh boy, I better breathe. All right, here we go.
And then I see her across the bar, coming at me with this look, you know?
Yeah.
And everybody just steps aside for her like the Red Sea or whatever.
Yeah, good, 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 good!
Woohoo!
Now bring me that, because now that was right. Now bring me that, but slow it down, because now you're not using the language.
Okay.
Because you know what you missed? You missed the and then. Da-da-da-da.
Yep.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
So the same energy, the same factor, but now use the words exactly, precisely how you want to.
Okay. And then I see her across the bar.
No, you missed it.
No, dang.
It's the energy. It doesn't have to be a yell. It's the energy of it. But remember, it's the storytelling.
Okay.
The anticipation comes after and then.
And then I see her coming at me.
Good. Now, I'm just going to play this with you because it's who I am and what I do.
That's okay.
All
Please
right.
do.
And then I see her coming at me from across the bar. They're all different ideas.
Okay.
And let yourself keep building the story and making it more interesting, more intense by pausing, by stopping,
Yep.
and being very precise with your diction and energy so that you suck her in.
Okay. I'm not going to drink that one. And then I see her coming at me with, I skipped a line.
Good, take a breath.
And then I see her across the bar coming at me with this look, you know? And everybody just steps aside for her, like the Red Sea or whatever, just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know this woman.
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine.
All right, good, good. Better.
What's the voice?
Now, yes, voice, more voice, always. What is that, what's the visual you get comparison to everyone steps aside like the Red Sea? What's a visual comparison?
I literally see like Moses parting the Red Sea.
Okay, now bring it into a movie. What kind of movie is this?
Like,
Because you're at a bar.
Okay. So, I have no idea.
Okay.
I just picture like similarly to like a sea parting, just like all groups of people not knowing what way to go, but still opening this way slowly for this woman who's coming through.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, put yourself in a movie, and we want to sort of tell the story like you're in the movie, and that was just a really creative way of describing the moment. So I see like a Western.
Okay.
An innocent you, good guy, and she's staring at you, and you're like, I'm not going to take that. And then all of a sudden,
Exactly what I heard.
right? And they part, right? And it's like a dance off.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden, everyone kind of steps back, and they're like, whoa, it's about to go down. And I'm like, what is with this nut job? But I'm not backing down, right? And then you're like, and then you're in this moment where you're telling the story, you're having fun with the story, you know? And I'm like, I'm just sitting there with Rima. And then you kind of come out of it for a second. You remember Rima?
No.
No. But you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You're in the story, and then you come out of the story for a second, and you're like, you remember her?
Okay.
Anyway, it's kind of irrelevant, because actually I'm the hero of the story. So let me get back to the story.
Yeah.
And then you're in the story
I got
again.
it.
That's the moment that you're having here. Okay? Again.
All right, let's do this.
You got this.
And then I see her across the bar coming at me with this look. You know? Keep doing
Good.
that.
Again. And
I do know.
make sure you're connecting every idea onto her. So now that you've gotten coaching, I want to be very clear. This is your first time in Masterclass. I don't ever think I'm right. I just want you to play with different ideas till we find notes we like. So whatever I've done and helped you find or whatever, it's not necessarily correct. It's our attempt at finding truth. So when you turn around, you are talking to her.
Okay.
And if she doesn't listen to you, if it doesn't land on her, you haven't done your job. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Yep.
And I still think you're rushing the coming at me from across the bar instead of letting each one be its own thing.
Okay. I feel that. Okay.
And then I see her across the bar coming at me with this look, you know? And everybody kind of steps aside for her, just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know who she is, this woman is.
Never seen her before.
Question her.
But you don't even know who this woman is?
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
Okay, good. And in your questioning, what are you thinking?
Thinking, not again. Like, what has she done?
So what are you thinking?
About the nut job or about her?
Yeah, about her.
About her, I'm thinking she is stirring up some drama.
She brought it up herself.
Yeah.
It's your fault.
She did. She did
Right.
it again.
So right. So I think the questioning is actually it's
Irritating?
going like, well,
Okay, so I don't believe her. I'm like, but
yeah,
you don't even
believe her,
know
but
this
you're like,
woman.
but you don't even know her, like, like a random stranger just staring at you, like starting a fuck.
Why does this only happen to you, Izzy? Why?
Yeah. But you don't even know this woman. Never seen her before in my life.
So from the top?
Let's pick it up from there, from the end of this. Oh, actually, pick it up from the Red Sea, because you missed that.
Okay.
And everybody just clears a path for her. Like the Red Sea or whatever.
Okay,
wait,
now
that's
be less judgmental of everybody and more you'd be amazed by this thing.
Okay.
Like this is a crazy story.
And everybody just steps aside for her. Like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know this woman?
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine. I was sitting there with Rima, and suddenly, this lady is in my face. And she's all sweaty.
Do that again, and suddenly.
And suddenly, she's in my face.
Yeah, do it again. Describe it.
And suddenly, she's in my face. And she's all sweaty and yelling and really pissed.
Why?
I don't even know at this point.
No.
It has something to do with her boyfriend, who's apparently at the end of the bar.
Were you flirting or?
No, I don't even know who she's talking about. So she's all up in my face. And her breath is like...
Boozy?
Yeah, boozy. But even worse, you know? Like there's something rancid stuck to the roof of her mouth.
Ew!
Rotting peanut butter or something.
Good Lord, Izzy.
And she's harassing me and blowing her stank breath in my face and cussing. My God, you wouldn't believe the words that came out of this lady's mouth.
And you don't even know who she's talking about.
She's talking about her boyfriend.
No, I know, but...
Augie.
So you know him?
Yeah, I know him, but still, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
So she's all, you bitch, you, fuck you, you bitch.
Izzy.
Sorry, F you, you be, and all that. Just talking like a maniac.
Uh-huh.
And people are looking at us. So I can't, oh, I know. And people are looking at us.
All right, good. Let's pause for a second. We're going to go back. Good. Can you put your hair up?
You want me to put it back? Is it too
Just gotta
in my
stay
face?
back. Yeah.
So I can
Every
get
time you turn, I get.
It's because I'm hiding from you.
I know.
How about I just put it behind my ear? Would that
No,
be okay?
I don't think it'll stay there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, please. Oh, this one. It's closer.
That's what sisters are for.
All right, let me do my best. Oh, thank you.
So for your storytelling,
Yeah.
you know who he is,
Mm-hmm.
but you're trying to say that you didn't know who he was at the time.
Right.
So she's talking about this guy who apparently is at the end of the bar, and I don't really like. So you have to. There's like this. She's saying, but you don't know who he is, and you're like, no, he's apparently her boyfriend or something. And then because you want to sort of take her on this path of like, but it turns out I did know him, you know. And so she's questioning, and you're trying to take her down this path, and eventually she's asking some of the right questions, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna get to that. Like, stop ruining my story.
Yep. It's a good one. It's a good story. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I was going over what he just said. Still, okay. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Saturday afternoon, just hanging out.
Do you want us to go from like the Red Sea or whatever?
Sure.
And everybody kind of steps aside for her. Like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But
Do it again. So that moment, I don't believe.
Okay.
Do you believe it?
No.
I didn't believe, and what's with this nut job?
Okay.
Okay, why don't I believe it?
I didn't do anything that I should have during that part. Like
Well,
I should
but-
have pictured.
Yes.
Yeah. What's with
You have to
this nut
picture it.
job.
So you're telling your story from your point of view, and I'm like thinking to myself, and then whatever that sounds like is how it comes out.
Okay. And everybody kind of steps aside for her. Like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know this woman?
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine. I was sitting there with Rima, and suddenly, this lady is in my face.
No.
No, I wasn't in her face, too.
So, you're back to storytelling, and suddenly, this lady is in my face. Like you wouldn't believe it. This story, right? I mean, it's like, it's a whopper.
It is a whopper.
I think you're getting the Red Sea line wrong too, or else you said it wrong earlier. Isn't it parts? Everyone's parts.
And everybody steps aside for her like the Red
Everyone
Sea.
steps. Okay,
Like-
yeah, you've been saying it differently. Okay.
Okay. And everybody, oh no, it's everybody kind of steps aside for her like the Red Sea, just clears a path for her.
Is it the parting of the Red Sea?
No, and it kind of steps aside for
Okay.
her.
Like the Red Sea or whatever.
Yeah, yep. And everybody kind of steps aside for her like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
Where is she?
She's right there.
Is she?
Yeah. Because she's like, the way I envision her is like at the end of the bar coming at me.
Got it. Let's put her at the end of the bar over here.
Over here? Okay.
Because that's what I've been picturing the whole
Okay.
time, because the way you've been sitting.
Okay.
So then Rima's over there. This lady's, and I'm like, there she is. And I'm like,
Okay.
and that way you can go right at Joanne.
Okay. And everybody kind of steps aside for her, like the Red Sea or whatever, just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know who this woman was?
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine. I was sitting there with Rima, and suddenly, this lady is in my face. And she's all sweaty and yelling and really pissed.
Why?
I don't even know at this point. It has something to do with her boyfriend, who's apparently at the end of the bar.
Were you...
So when you said that, you're acting like you're trying to figure it out. You're not trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna change that. Okay. Where do you want me to go from?
Right there. There's a couple moments that if you understand what you're saying slightly differently, it'll come out different.
Okay.
So and you probably need to be a little bit more interrupty
Okay.
and
so,
loud so that she's telling a story.
Okay.
So
So-
you say, you know, and everyone just steps aside for her, like the Red Sea or whatever. Just creates a path. Interrupt. It creates a path for her.
But you don't even know this woman?
But you don't even know, like, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So even
just
more,
like
like,
creates a
irritating.
path for her.
But you don't even know this woman?
What is it, line?
Never seen her before.
So now you want to defend that. Never seen her before. It's not defensive. It's never seen her before. Never seen her. You wouldn't believe it.
Okay.
You see, like you amp up the story. You don't back down.
Okay.
But you don't even know this woman. Never seen her before.
Okay, so you want to start from there?
Sure.
Okay. Never. I guess I'll
Wait, so
start.
am I interrupting her? Because I have to interrupt
Go back
you,
to
right?
Red Sea.
I'm like, I gotta interrupt you.
And everybody kind of steps aside for her, like the Red Sea or whatever.
You don't even know this woman?
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine. I was sitting there with Rima.
Okay, you back down.
Okay.
Don't back down.
Okay.
Never seen her before. Get excited about it.
Never seen her before.
Excited about it.
Okay. Never seen her before. So I was just sitting there with Rima, and suddenly.
You remember Rima?
Do you
You
remember
missed
Rima?
that line. Do it
Sorry.
again.
Okay.
You're
Never
excited about
seen-
this.
Okay.
I've never seen her before. Like,
Never
this is
seen
amazing.
her before.
I was just sitting there.
I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine. I was sitting there with Rima, and suddenly this lady is in my face. And she's all sweaty and yelling and really pissed.
Why?
I don't even know at this point. It has something
No,
to do.
excited.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know at this point.
I don't even know at this point.
I don't even know at this point. It has something to do with her boyfriend, who's apparently at the end of the bar.
Were you flirting or?
No, I don't even know who she's talking about. So she's all up in my face. And her breath is like...
Boozy?
Yeah, boozy, but even worse, you know? Like there's something rancid stuck to the roof of her mouth.
Ew.
Rotting peanut butter or something.
Good Lord, Izzy.
And she's harassing me. And blowing her stank breath in my face. And cussing. My God, you wouldn't believe the words that came out of this lady's mouth.
And you don't even know who she's talking about?
No. At the time, I didn't know who she was talking about because I didn't know he was there. But then, I figured it out later. Oh, she must be Augie's girlfriend.
So you know him?
Yeah, I know him, but still, let me finish. So she's all, you bitch, you fuck you, you bitch.
Good.
Izzy.
Good. Play her and play her that way at
This
yourself.
Okay.
So come around. So now what I want you to do is you get to act both parts. So she's like coming at me, right? And she's got like this stank breath and all this shit going on, right? And you're like, yeah, okay. But anyway, so she's coming at me and she's like you know? And you're like the innocent one, right?
Okay.
So every time you play you're like, oh, but I didn't do anything. Like,
Okay. All right.
okay? All right.
Okay. So I'm gonna take it
buying
from,
it.
and she's harassing me.
Okay.
And she's harassing me and blowing her stank breath in my face and cussing. My God, you wouldn't believe the words that came out of this lady's mouth.
And you don't even know who she's talking
No,
about?
at the time I didn't know who she was talking about because I didn't know he was there. But then I figured it out later. Oh, she must be Augie's girlfriend.
So you know him?
Yeah, I know him, but still, let me finish.
Sorry.
So she's all, you bitch, you fuck you, you bitch.
Izzy!
Good.
Sorry.
Good. Now, good. Now, what did I do different than what you did?
You like went back
I came up
Oh, you
here.
went over here.
Okay. Why would I do that?
to kind of be like telling the story.
Because I'm trying to do
She's
what?
Watching.
I'm trying to entertain her.
Yeah.
So I want to give her something to look at. Can you move back just a hair?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm realizing my only intention is to entertain my sister. Okay. So I might even be like, whatever I'm telling my story, right? And then I go, so I'm just sitting there, right, with Rima. And all of a sudden, right? And now you can tell the story.
Okay.
Okay. And then whatever you want to do, but then she gets to watch you. So then you can be like her and make sure she's watching you. You know, you're entertaining her, and that exactly that. She's like,
Okay. I got you.
Really?
I got
Really?
you.
and you must interrupt.
Okay, so I gotta be faster with my line, like to.
Not faster. You have to listen to the point where it can be annoying to her.
So, and she's harassing me and blowing her
Okay,
stank breath.
because I
in
want her
my
to stop
face.
with the nonsense. I'm like, just really.
Yeah, but she's trying to tell you a story that she finds interesting. So she's going. I can't figure it out. And then I was like, oh, this must be Augie's girlfriend. And she's in this moment here. And you're like, so you do know her? Yeah. I mean, later, but like, let me finish my story. And then you get back to where you were. And then you do it.
Okay.
Okay?
So is the line, oh, I thought you didn't know who she, before I say
Yes.
so you, okay.
Yep.
My bad.
Okay. So sorry, I'm gonna be over here. Okay. I'm gonna start from that same line, and she's harassing me.
Take your time, act it out. This is the stage, she's the audience. So you're gonna play the story, you're gonna act out all the characters.
Okay.
Rima and you and the Red Sea and the whole bit.
And she's harassing me and blowing her stank breath in my face and cussing. My God, you wouldn't believe the words that came out of this lady's mouth.
And you don't even know
No.
who she's talking about.
At the time, I didn't know who she was talking
More
about.
accusatory, more strong.
Because I didn't know he was there.
Go back so she can interrupt you again. Do me a favor, don't get up yet.
Okay. And she's harassing me and blowing her stank breath in my face and cussing. My God, you wouldn't believe the words that came out of this lady's mouth.
And you don't even know who she's talking about.
No, at the time I didn't know who she was talking about because I didn't know he was there. But then I figured it out later.
Good, look back behind you and you see Augie. Look back behind you.
Oh. She must be Augie's girlfriend.
See her instead of Joanne, see the woman. Look at her. So you look back, there's Augie.
Oh.
Now see the woman. You see the woman. Look up at the woman. No, no, you're looking at Joanne. Look at the woman.
Oh, she
No,
must...
she's over here.
Oh, right. Okay, so let me
So
do
you
it
see
again.
him, then you see her. Okay, I'm her. So look back at him.
Oh, she must be Augie's
No,
girlfriend.
right here. Stay here. Do it again. I'm the woman.
Oh, she must be Augie's girlfriend.
So you do know him.
Yeah, I know him, but still, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
So she's all, you bitch, you, fuck you, you bitch.
Izzy.
Sorry, F you, you be, and all that. Just talking like a maniac.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, good. So you see like you're, so then when you do this, you could if you wanted, and this is the game, you don't have to do it, but you could run over here, play that part
Okay, I'm gonna
if you
do
want.
that. Yeah,
but the
let's try
idea
it.
is if you get sucked into your own story and you're not staring at her, it gives her a chance to watch you and interrupt you, be annoyed by you.
Okay.
All the things.
And,
Yeah.
and the audience gets to see how she feels about you, which is important.
Yep.
If you stare at her, she can't really feel all the feels.
Okay.
Sorry. It's because I'm so cute.
Okay, I got it. And she's harassing me and blowing her stank breath in my face and cussing. My God, you wouldn't believe the words that came out of this lady's mouth.
And you don't even know who she's talking about?
No, at the time I didn't know who she was talking about because I didn't know he was there. But then I figured it out later. Oh. She must be Augie's girlfriend.
So you know him.
Yeah, I know him, but still, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
So she's all, you bitch, you, fuck you, you bitch.
Izzy.
Sorry, F you, you be, and all that, just talking like a maniac.
Uh-huh.
And people are looking at us. So I'm starting to feel self-conscious.
Of course.
And she's just going off. And I can't really do anything because the place is so crowded, you know? And I'm starting to feel violated.
Sure.
My personal space and my dignity or what have you. So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom.
What does that mean?
It means I hit her.
No, you didn't.
Crazy, right?
You hit her?
Yeah. Right in the face. Boom. She went down.
Oh my God. Izzy, you hit that woman?
I couldn't get around her and she was screaming like a retard.
Izzy.
What would you have done?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have hit her. Jesus.
And you know what they don't tell you?
All right, again, good. Now we're at your lines.
Oh, I'm supposed to be loud?
Loud, offended on behalf of your family.
God.
Like how low class can you be? You got into a bar fight?
Oh, God.
Do you know where we live? Like what?
You're in my house.
So keep getting angrier.
Okay.
The more you find out it's true.
Okay.
Okay? So do the line that leads her to say what?
Okay.
Just the end of it.
The boom one, the second boom,
First.
the first boom. Okay.
So I wound up.
So I just hauled off. No. So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom.
What does that mean?
It means I hit her.
No, you didn't.
Crazy, right?
All right, good. Now, Astrid, you're doing a thing where you're getting starey.
Okay.
At her.
Sorry, I'm so extra about that. I'm so aggressive. Okay.
But I need you to know why you don't want to.
Okay.
And it's to help her.
Okay.
Remember, you want to give her a chance to watch you. There are times when you want to be watched and times you don't want to be watched, both as a character and strategically as an actor. I want my character to have a chance to be watched. So if I want to let her have a reaction, I got to turn away from her.
Okay.
So try that.
Okay.
If you don't get it, I'll show you.
Okay. Yeah, let me just try it first. Start from the same one?
Yeah, same
Just
line.
made a fist. Okay.
And I hauled off.
So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom.
What does that mean?
It means I hit her.
No, you didn't.
Crazy, right?
You hit her?
Yeah. Right in the face.
Oh
Boom.
my God, Izzy, you hit that woman?
Good. There's something wrong with what does that mean?
I need to say it.
I don't know.
Okay.
It was off.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me
Okay,
try that
good.
again.
Now, did that feel better?
Yes.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
closer.
Okay.
So I think you need to get big, loud, proud, and then be done.
Okay. So sooner than what I thought. Alrighty. So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom.
What does that mean?
Good. Now try it again and turn the other way.
The other way. So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom.
What does that mean?
It means I hit her.
Try to make mean maybe the word.
Okay.
Or maybe that and mean.
Okay.
So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom.
What does that mean?
It means I hit her.
No, you didn't.
And away, Astrid.
Crazy, right?
You hit her?
Yeah. Right in the face. Boom. She went down.
Oh my God.
More.
Izzy.
Angrier.
Oh my God. Izzy.
More.
Oh my God. Izzy, you hit that woman?
Good. Now slower and louder.
Oh my God. Izzy, you hit that woman?
I couldn't get around her.
Sorry.
And she was screaming like a retard.
Izzy.
Louder.
Izzy!
What would you have done?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have hit her. Jesus.
And you know what they don't tell you? It really hurts. To punch someone, it freaking hurts.
Well, yeah.
They don't put that on TV. It's all, now that ought to show them. But for me, it was like, motherfucker, that killed. Look at my knuckles. What?
Nothing.
You don't approve?
I didn't say that.
This lady was at me.
I know. I didn't say anything.
But you wanna though.
I just worry about you.
Don't worry about me. She was the one on the floor.
That's not what I meant. You were in a bar fight.
So?
A bar fight, Izzy.
She was in my face.
Were you drunk?
No.
I thought you were getting it together.
Don't judge
Were
me.
you drunk? In your mind, she was guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, you were. Were you drunk?
No.
I thought you were getting it together.
Don't judge me.
You said you were going to go easy.
I didn't realize, I think we're on the wrong line here.
We are?
Yeah, I think we skipped a few because we didn't say the Jerry Springer line.
Oh, I know, but it's so. I know, but it's so. I know that. Okay.
So let's go back to.
Good. And now you're doing a thing too where you keep going to her.
Okay. Yeah, I felt awkward there. I guess. Yeah.
Good. So when you feel awkward, and I, we didn't really nitpick too much in the beginning. I know I started you over a bunch, but I wanted you to get the vibe of her and this story and what it means. Okay. But here's the idea, and I'll show you now. So can you stand next to Joanne here, and watch this. So if I go and I hauled off, and then I hit her.
That's what I do. You're saying.
Yeah. And then she's supposed to go.
Yep.
What?
I see what you're saying.
Right? Okay. Instead, I want you to go. So I hauled off and I hit her.
Okay. Okay.
Out. Then
Okay.
she says her line, which is,
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
What's the line?
It means I hit her.
It means I hit her. Like you're proud.
No, you didn't.
Yep.
Oh my God. Izzy,
What?
you hit that woman?
Yeah, right in the face.
Yeah.
Boom. She went down.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? Like away. Now let her come to you.
Like now I'm cool for hitting that person.
yeah, and then
pretty
let
much.
her. So now you get yes. Oh my God! Like what? Like, what? She was in my face, right? Like you don't have to be up. Let her come to
we're
you
like
now.
fighting like for this.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start from the punch.
Okay.
So I hauled off. Boom. She went down.
What does that mean?
I punched her.
Away.
No, you didn't.
Crazy, right?
Proud.
Oh
Proud,
my
proud, proud.
God. Izzy, you hit that woman?
Yeah. Right in the face. Boom. She went down.
Oh my God.
More.
Oh my God.
What would you have done?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have hit her. Jesus.
No, don't throw it away.
Oh, Jesus!
And you know what they don't tell you? It really hurts. To punch someone, it freaking hurts.
Well, yeah.
They don't put that on TV. It's all, now that ought to show them. But for me, it was like, motherfucker, that killed. Look at my knuckles. What?
Nothing.
You don't approve?
No, you know she doesn't.
I
What?
didn't
Oh,
say that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Do it again.
You don't approve, and you just leave.
You don't approve?
No, you know she doesn't.
You don't approve.
There you go.
I didn't say that.
This lady was at me.
Wait. This lady was at you.
I think that's, I didn't say that.
Wait, what?
Now it's, I didn't say that.
Oh, I didn't say that.
But you wanna though.
I just worry about you.
Don't worry about me. She was the one on the floor.
That's not what I meant. You were in a bar fight.
So?
A bar fight, Izzy.
She was up in my face.
Were you drunk?
No.
I thought you were getting it together.
Again, were you drunk? Why were you not drunk?
Hold on. I know why. I mean, I don't know why, but I know why.
Because oh yeah, that's right, 'cause I'm pregnant. I'm like, wait.
See, this is a very important part of the story.
Okay, yeah.
And it's proof that you got your shit together. Were you drunk? No.
Okay.
No, I wasn't drunk. I didn't drink any.
Okay. All right.
This is not about being drunk. I wasn't drunk.
Okay.
Right?
So that's me.
And you know what happened too? I want you to understand something. The second you remembered that your character was pregnant, you touched your belly. Just now. Mm-hmm. You're going to, throughout the beginning of this scene and throughout the entire play, be touching your belly. Because there's a baby in there. Mm-hmm. And you know there's a baby in there. So when she says, were you drinking? You may subconsciously, not even know it, but go to your belly, cover your belly, right? And someone who's had kids would notice. Why is she touching her belly so much? Now she may not, but the audience may or whatever, but it's this nice little hidden thing that you have in the beginning of this play where there is a third character, really a fourth character. Mm-hmm. Because there's your child, and you're folding the clothes, and there's your child that's literally in the room, and they have to be in the room. They're very much a part of the scene. Okay, and this is where it gets heavy. You know, this is heavy material, but it's why that beginning and everything has to be so good, and we get off on this big light, fun, weird path, and then the reality hits us, and you know, obviously playwrights love to do this, and we have to learn to do this ourselves. It's the idea of you go fast to slow down,
Oh, the
and you slow down to speed up.
Downshift.
Yes, downshift. Exactly. So the playwright here is going, let's start this thing off in 6th gear. Let's start this thing off at 150 miles an hour. And what is the point of the opening bit is for you to tell her you're pregnant. Why did the playwright choose this whole big story to tell the fact that there's a reason? And you go, okay, A, all this stuff, and B, it's because the playwright wants me up here so that when we slow down, the audience goes, oh shit, I didn't see that coming.
Okay. I don't know if this matters. I keep skipping over a line. I think that's what's throwing her off. Do you want us to put it in there or just wait till?
No, you have to get it in there, yeah.
Okay. I know what it is.
Look it over again.
No, I know what it is. Is when she was at me, and I'm like, I know, but it's so. I know, but it's so.
All right.
I know.
Go ahead.
All right, so from hauled off, you want to go from? Is that a good one?
I'm sorry, we had.
We are at time, actually.
Okay.
So it's up to you.
Let's pick it up from a bar fight, Izzy.
Okay. You were in a bar fight, Izzy.
So?
A bar fight.
She was up in my face.
I know, but it's so.
What?
Jerry Springer.
What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm trashy?
You punched a woman in the face.
She provoked me.
Were you drunk?
No.
I thought you were getting it together.
Don't judge me.
You said you were going to take it easy.
I didn't realize there was a cutoff date.
Well, there should be. For acting like a jackass, there should be a cutoff date. Were you on anything?
Oh my God.
Were you?
No. Man, why did I say anything to you?
I don't know. Why did you?
Look, I went out, I got into a fight, I thought it was a funny story. I thought you'd be amused.
I'm not.
Clearly.
I thought you were getting it together.
We missed the line there. Is that right?
That is the right place for it. I threw it in there way early.
Good, let's stop here.
I'm so sorry.
Good.
And you see, there's all these hints that the playwright gives you too. So she says it. She literally says what the point of the story is, which is what?
That
You're getting it together.
that I need to get it together, and I'm still, yeah.
To amuse you.
Yeah.
That's the entire point. I thought it was a funny story. I thought you'd be amused. And you're shitting on my story.
Yep, that's what I do.
Because that's what you do, sister.
So should that still be like as sensitive as I'm trying to get, or still kind of like?
No. I mean, I think that's a moment where you're angry. You're like,
Okay.
why are you in my face, and why do I have to be drunk or have to be on something? Like, why are you thinking I'm such a screw up?
Because I would never.
I was just trying to tell you a funny story, and you, because you're you, just ruined the story.
Okay.
Just laugh, like it's kind of funny. The lady fell down, like it's funny.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Hello. Look, I went out.
It's not funny.
Yeah, right? Like, so
Like
there's
that.
that moment. But my point is, from a script analysis point of view, the playwright gives you the answer, is what I was trying to say. From your perspective, your entire want is to make her laugh, to entertain her. That's why I said the stage and the
Yeah.
whole bit, because you're telling the story for a purpose for her to react. You're trying to get reactions out of her, which is again why you don't want to stare at her the whole time. You want to let her react. Let her enjoy the story. Let her enjoy the characters, you know?
Yep. Yay, thank you.
All right, hold on one second. Grab a seat. All right. How was this experience? First Masterclass?
It was really fun.
Yeah,
I love my scene partner.
Guys, we have the same birthday.
We
Hey.
do. Isn't that crazy?
So what'd you learn so far? Like, what'd you pick up?
For me personally, I felt like I am usually so animated, so I felt like for some reason I felt like I needed to hold back during some points. And I think I would either get ahead of when I needed to hold back, you know, kind of just flip-flopping them, doing them at the wrong time. But now I definitely have way more of a better understanding of when to be up, when to be down, when to like grab for her attention, release it and give it to her, that kind of
So
thing.
what is the answer? What are you looking for when you're making those choices?
So I feel as though that helps like both of the actors in the scene if you can, how do I word it? If I can give her that to react off of, which causes her to give a certain reaction, which then bounces to me, and then it just makes more for
Sure,
her.
yeah, that makes sense. And the other answer is, I want to keep looking for better ways, new ways, original ways, whatever, until to tell the story better. That's what it's all about. So if I'm moving and it's not helping the story, I should stop moving. If I'm standing and it's not helping the story, I shouldn't stand. But if I'm feeling like me just sitting here is not helping the story, then I should move. So you're asking yourself that question. You're trying to tell the story. That should be the determining factor. And yes, you're animated, but now it's going like, where do you control it? Where do you move so that when you do it, it matters? It's like if I got up as a teacher on every scene, every move, like it wouldn't matter. But now it's like when I get up, everyone knows, oh, there's something going on. And that's what you want to think. Like I had to save it for the right times and go, okay, in this moment, it makes sense for me to go to this stage. In this moment, I want to make sure she can see me, but I can't see her, so she can be frustrated, roll her eyes, whatever, and my character wouldn't catch her. Because guess what? If your character catches her, she would say what she says later, which is, you don't approve? Like, she would say those things. Yeah. So, therefore, she can't see how she's feeling, or else she would have said earlier, like, oh, I'll just not tell you the story. You're apparently not interested.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
How about you, Joanne?
Okay, so I did not expect this at all. I thought for sure, like I would forget my lines because of being in front of you or being in front of them or just the whole process. But you've gotten on me about this in improv. I get so mesmerized by the performance with me that I lose myself in that. And that's why I kept forgetting that line. It's because I was just like all up into her and I'm like, oh wait, it's my turn. And that's going to be a problem.
It's a huge problem.
Yeah, and that was not what I had expected to come out of this. So, yeah,
so you have to apply what I talked about with the music.
Right, so I've got to really focus.
You have to realize it's happening,
I am, like,
double down on your focus, and really feel.
Yeah.
So for instance, if I were you and she was staring at me and I didn't like it, I would make her feel uncomfortable so she'd stop.
Stare back.
Because I would be the character, and the character is actually not amused.
No.
Not interested.
Right.
But you, Joanne, are.
I know, and I got to get out of there.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
I didn't see
and
that
again,
coming.
go back to this idea. That is so extremely selfish.
I'm sorry. I know.
No, I know. But I'm using harsh language so you get it, so you go, you know what? I just can't do that.
Right.
I'm not allowed to come out of the scene because my scene partner needs me
right.
non-verbally reacting and doing certain things that she can pick up on. Very specific things. And if you're doing it right and you're listening right, especially like if she's not looking at you and like in the moment's right, she could say something, you could look up and it could be a laugh. Like that one move could be a laugh because you're thinking and feeling the same thing we were thinking and feeling. And we see it in you and we react to it.
Okay.
So it's just so imperative that you get all the way in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I get it.
What else?
What else? I don't know. I really like this. I think it's really fun. I knew that I was going to enjoy it, but it is so fun. Like it kind of changes. I had my reasons for doing acting at all, you know, anyway, and it wasn't about, I mean, I knew that this was important, but this wasn't why I was doing it. But now I'm like, this is like really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, good. And when we get into the emotional side of her and you, and you rip into this, it's going to be hard for a whole new reason and rewarding for a whole new reason.
Yeah.
And you'll realize again, going back to the unselfishness, you being willing to take on this material, willing to feel your way through it.
I know, I was so afraid you were going to ask me some questions and it was just going to be like...
Well, it will come. it will. And the thing is, but why does it have to?
Well, because it has to be real.
Why?
Because then it's believable if it's...
Why?
Because we want the audience to buy into what I'm saying.
Why?
Because there's a message there.
What is it?
that, well, there's a lot in this play. Can you narrow me down a little bit?
Okay,
Can you narrow me down a little bit?
okay. If you don't react a certain way, you're not doing justice
Oh, to the
to
play,
any
right?
parents who have ever been through,
Yeah.
and that's offensive.
Okay.
But if you do go there and let yourself be there and essentially sympathize with them, they can feel heard. They can feel like their story is being told.
Yeah.
You know, I
feel
mean,
that.
it gives me chills and it scares me.
I
a
know. I'm
little
like,
bit
stop.
to talk about. It does, because we're talking about the death of a child. I'll just say it out loud. That's what we're talking about, and it's terrifying.
Yeah.
And because it's so terrifying, we don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
We don't want to see it. We don't. But these are people, and things happen to people, and people's stories need to be told, and that's our job. Our job is to tell their story and represent them, whoever it is, whether it be a race of some kind, or a moment in history, or an experience that some people have been through and others haven't. And you're telling their story to help the rest of the world get behind their eyes and go, oh, I really ought to sympathize with this one person who's been super mean to me. And I find out that they have this whole backstory about their child that I didn't know about, and what a dick I am for judging them for even 1 second, because the fact that they're putting on their pants in the morning is more than I think I'm capable of doing. And it changes everything. So that's your responsibility. And it makes the whole thing very serious, but from the serious, we can laugh and we can have comedy happen, and the juxtaposition of that is something that just rips us apart. And she can feel it, because we're talking about something visceral and real, and that's what has to happen on the stage.
Yeah, I think that's why I probably do get distracted by her, because that is so close to home. Ooh. That I, as per usual, I'm like running from it, but I get why
Yeah.
it's important.
Good. Breathe.
Look what you did.
We knew it was going to happen. All I'm going to say, Joanne, is you're welcome. Breathe. Breathe. Let yourself feel. You're being unselfish. Breathe.
Yeah, this play, I'm like, did they know that I lost a child?
Breathe. Look at your scene partner. Breathe. And say it's so Jerry Springer through the tears. And I'm saying be serious as cancer. Breathe and say it.
Jerry Springer.
What? What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm trashy?
You punched a woman in the face.
She provoked me.
Were you drunk?
No.
I thought you were getting it together.
Yeah, good.
Don't judge.
And you're frustrated because you have all this emotion here, and she's like pissing her life away. You know, is your perspective in the moment, right? Yeah. And then of course she drops the bomb.
I know what that's like.
And Augie told her I was pregnant.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Well, what I'm saying is, you know that's a bomb. You know it's a bomb.
Yeah, there's like a pause, and then I say, and Augie told her I was pregnant.
And Augie told her I was, and she's gonna look.
Why would he?
Pregnant.
Oh.
Pregnant.
Why would he?
And then you now all of a sudden you remember her touching her belly a few times, and you realize she's drinking orange juice. She hates orange juice, and you realize like, wait, she wasn't drunk. And now,
God.
yeah.
I know, right?
You are not.
He's a really good guy, Beck. You're gonna like him. He's a musician.
That's terrific.
No, not like you think. He gets work. He's a working musician.
Is that why you're here? To tell me you're pregnant?
Pretty much.
I knew something was up. You're not here to pop by on a Saturday afternoon.
I pop by.
How long have you known?
A few weeks.
And you're just telling me now?
Well, Jesus, Beck.
What, you didn't want to tell me?
No.
Why not?
Why do you think? God, everything's so fucked up.
Does Mom know?
Yeah.
You told Mom before me?
I had to.
Oh my God, Izzy.
Stop saying that.
What are you gonna do?
Well, we're gonna keep it if that's what you're asking. Augie wants to too. We're excited about it. This is exactly the kind of thing that gives a person clarity.
Izzy.
Look, I'm sure this is really hard for you for a bunch of reasons, but can I just say, I don't need any advice right now, or any lectures, or whatever it is you're composing inside your head at the moment. I just need you to be happy for me, okay?
Breathe.
Even if you don't feel that right now, I'd like you to pretend that you do, all right?
Well, I am happy for you. I was just taken aback. If you think this baby is gonna fulfill you or give you clarity or whatever, then obviously it's a wonderful thing. I am happy for you. I don't need to pretend. Jesus, Izzy. Give me some credit. Thank you. Well, I should probably hold off on this then.
What do you mean?
Yeah, go take him out. Go take him out.
I'm washing all these clothes to give to Goodwill. I might as well save them for you in case you have a boy. No sense in my giving these away.
Yep, so start taking him out. Like now your baby's alive, actually.
I don't know, Beck. It'd be a few years before, oh no, they're in baby clothes for so long. It'd be a few years before he could even fit into this stuff.
It comes up very quickly. You wouldn't even believe it.
Plus, we don't have a lot of room to...
I'll keep them here in the basement. You'll thank me for them.
But what if it's a girl?
Then I'll give them to Goodwill. What's the big deal? You're gonna thank me. It's a couple years worth of...
Yeah, good, let's stop.
Sorry.
Yeah, and of course it all then gets put together because we still have to have voice, still have to have all sorts of different things. But what you're going to bring to this is going to be beautiful, and it's going to do the playwright justice. It's going to do the play justice. It's going to do parents justice. And
This is not how we rehearsed it.
and it's hard.
It is hard.
It's hard. You know, I don't mind you saying it's fun, but I also want you to realize, like, wow, this is a big deal. You know, what we're getting into is a big deal. I didn't get into this for this reason, and now I'm into it, and it's like, wow. And you change your own life, and you change other people's lives, and whether or not you ever end up in a movie or whatever you're going to do, like, it's kind of irrelevant to the bigger picture of what as you're transforming as a human being, which is so cool, you know. And then all of a sudden you become. And I always say the play picks the actor, not the other way around. I wrestled with this play.
Yeah, Brian said he fought you for it.
I wrestled because it's a difficult material, and I don't think I've ever coached it well. I don't think it was ever the right thing, and maybe I didn't understand it. Maybe I wasn't old enough. I haven't touched this in probably 6-7 years, and maybe I'm afraid of it. You know.
Well, I was afraid of going this deep.
But you know you have to.
Yeah.
Now, you know that. So now you're going to take this with you, and you're going to go, okay, I have a responsibility, and then I can release, and you need to, you know. But thank you for sharing, and understand that, you know, I mean, it is. It's so big. All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Matt.
you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching.
All right, online audience, we are going to break for lunch here. We're going to take about 30 minutes break, 30, 40 minutes, and we'll be back. And what else I have to say? We got 2 scenes coming back after lunch, and then 2 days from now, we will see the continuation of the scenes that you just saw. Be right back.
Oh, I knew you were going to make me cry.
You get audio? All right. Would someone do me a favor and shut that door? Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, let's just jump in. Okay. All right, next up, our next scene after lunch here. We've got Brian and Saya working on an excerpt from Barefoot in the Park by Neil Simon.
Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey. Oh, at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Hey, Paul, do you think? No, not my mother.
All right, good. Let's come back real quick. So, Sai, let me ask you, because you've earned this question. Mm-hmm. What kind of masterclass moment do you want right now?
I want a lot of growth, like
You
whatever
want a little
you
workout?
see. Yes.
Okay, cool. So let's go again then.
Okay.
The beginning here wasn't funny.
Yeah.
It needs to be. Mm-hmm. So let's figure it out.
Okay.
Okay. So I think there's a part of you that is really getting the moment and the diction, the blocking, the timing, and then there's another piece where maybe you're just not all the way there.
Okay.
Like really living it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
let's-
feel myself thinking about these things,
Got
not
it.
just like doing it. So.
Cool. So let's see if we can just live.
Okay.
Okay. Come on back, Brian. And the same would be true of you then too, obviously, because it's the both of you. So make sure that you're listening and being affected. Okay. What kind of masterclass moment do you want, Brian? Relaxing.
Chilling.
Yeah.
No. What do you mean?
Well, there's different experiences here in masterclass. What are you hoping for today?
Growth. So whatever that means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pull out the pliers.
Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight? He's taking her.
Okay, good. So, what's your desire on the way in, both as an actress and as a character?
As an actress, my desire is for the comedy to hit and the relationship to really pop, like you
Okay.
were talking about with Joey's scene. And as Corey, my want is, well, I just came back from having a great time, and I'm just still having a great time,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to continue the great time.
So, what did you just do?
I just sent my mother off with Victor.
Okay. How did you send her off?
Kind of rushed her out,
Mm-hmm.
go.
And then what did you say that we don't hear, that it's not written in the play?
That he said or she
No,
said?
what does she say to them? Like what
Oh.
in your imagination?
Oh, well, she said, go have a good time, see you later. And they Victor says some crazy stuff. I'm like, well, that's great, tell me about it later.
You know, everything's great in my opinion.
You have fun, you two.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be waiting up, but if you're too late, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that. You bring all that energy into the stage.
Yeah.
So one of your wants as an actor has got to be to grab us. Okay? So let's make that happen.
Okay.
Put yourself into the space of just really going for it, but without being, I don't know how to say this, like you don't want it to be about you for us. You want this to be about you for him. And there's a bit of a playfulness, a bragginess, you know, you're entertaining him a little bit, and yet you're completely unaware of him and his feelings and everything right now. And so I liked your blocking actually quite a bit.
Okay.
I just think you need to live in it more.
Yeah.
And probably get through some of the words faster.
Yeah, I noticed that. I feel really uncomfortable when I'm
Yeah.
like doing it for like dragging it out.
So what's happened is you've practiced it to get the diction correct. Good. Now don't get caught.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now get the ideas across.
Okay.
And I liked you acting as him. You know, you were pretending to be him with his voice and whatever else. Like, do all that. Have fun.
Okay.
From there, grab our energy. Stay backstage. Grab us with your voice.
Well,
More.
I love you too.
Good.
We'll go.
With the line from the play, grab us.
Well,
Good. Enter.
how?
Good. Again. Good. Do it again. And then just enter. Go.
Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight? He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman.
Good. And that's the laugh line there. It's already entertaining now. I still think you're maybe pausing too much.
Yeah, I feel that.
And
too.
like I think you're trying to get too much of a reaction instead of allowing yourself to be watched.
Yeah, I'm not in my own little bubble.
There are watchers in this world and there are doers.
And you are one of those watchers. So.
And what is she?
I'm a doer.
So you're not going to watch him.
Yeah.
He watches you.
Okay.
Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight? He's taking her.
Don't love your blocking because
way.
now you'll catch him getting up.
Huh?
I don't love your blocking. I would prefer your back to him. Start over. Go.
Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight?
Good. Again. Go.
Well,
And sit.
how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight? He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Hey, Paul. Do you
Act it out. Act it out. Act it out. Do you think, in some way, sex? Act out sex.
Do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest. Oh boy, what a night. Hey, I got a plan. Let's take the bottle of scotch downstairs, ring all the bells, and yell police! Just to see who comes out of whose apartment!
What's the matter, darling? Don't you feel well?
What a rotten thing to do. To your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea how she felt just now? Do you know kind of a night this was for her?
It's not over yet.
You didn't see her sitting here 2 minutes ago. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines. Well, she was miserable. Her face was longer than that trip we took tonight.
She never said a thing to me.
She's too good a sport. She went the whole cockeyed way. Boy, oh boy. Dragging a woman like that all the way out to the middle of the harbor for a bowl of sheep dip.
Okay, so better. You were doing too much of that talking to her.
Sure.
That's the same thing.
Okay, got it.
Okay, good. So let's go back to where you're up there, and you can just put the jacket on. You can leave the tie where it is.
Okay.
You don't even have to button up the jacket.
Cool.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's go back to where you might. Paul, do you think?
Okay.
But now what I want you to do is I want you to be very sparing of when you turn to him.
Okay.
So yeah, you could, when you know he's not in the room, you can shout at him, but I'd like you to have this private moment in here.
Okay.
In other words, like, be so entertaining that you're, again, being watched. And it's almost shocking to you that you haven't already gotten his attention and he didn't come running down to watch you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay? So Paul, do you think? Or do you think whatever the line is there?
Paul, do you think?
No, so now picture it and get excited about it.
Okay.
Because like, why would that be exciting for you?
Because it's out of the ordinary.
Yeah, why else?
Well, it's sex.
Yeah, but why is that exciting? Because your mom.
Yeah, my mom hasn't done something like that.
Yeah, so it's like you love your mom. She's lonely. You know she's lonely.
Yeah.
She hasn't been with a guy, and you're like.
That'd be good.
That'd be good for her.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so you're going like, do you like? You know, like I want you to really think about it, and then like you kind of wrestle with the thought.
Yeah. Okay.
Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest.
Boy!
Good.
What a night!
Good. Now, so now do that again, and then get through it this time.
Sheik of Budapest.
So I think right from the beginning, like Paul, this whole idea, you're saying it to yourself, and you're kind of just moving from one idea to the next.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sheik of Budapest.
No, Paul, do you think? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that's the part where don't put all those pauses in.
Okay. Paul, do you think?
More energy.
No.
Go again.
Paul, do you think?
Right away.
No.
Do it again.
Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest. Boy, what a night! Hey, I got a plan. Let's take the bottle of scotch downstairs, ring all the bells, and yell police! Just to see who comes out of whose apartment. Paul! What's the matter, darling? Don't you feel well?
So is the blocking that there's a slam?
I believe so. I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, I'd like to make sure. Because it just feels like you're late.
It feels that way, yeah. I agree. Joey's phone. Do you have your book somewhere, Stein?
I left it.
My phone's where?
Well, here's the thing. It could be either way with the slam, but I would say that the timing is more important than the slam.
Okay.
So I know that the door is a character, but if we had a different stage, the door's here.
I get you. Okay, so since it's
So the
further-
second she says it, you're, what a thing to do. And like immediately, it's got to be right on that.
I got you.
That pause doesn't work.
I get you.
And then Saya, with you, it's like, what did she say?
Paul, do you think? No, not my mother.
Yeah. Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Chic of Budapest. All right, I got an idea, Paul. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go downstairs, we'll ring all the bells, and yell police, just to see who comes out of whose apartment.
Okay, so it's like a whirlwind.
Yes, yeah, she's having I think it's going to be a better night, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm drunk.
You're,
Mom's drunk.
You're, okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Chic of Budapest.
Good,
Bye.
do it again. Keep your mind going.
Okay.
Go. Paul, do you think?
Paul,
Go.
do you think?
Go, keep
no, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Chic of Budapest. Bye! What a night!
That doesn't
Hey.
fit. So what is that?
Huh?
What is the boy, what a night? Like, where did that crazy scream come from?
I wanted to move on to the next thing. So I think that was just me.
Got it.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do instead is, I need you to live these things. So that's what I mean by, keep your mind going.
Mm-hmm.
So your body's drunk, but your mind is going like, Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. You gotta have, you really gotta have the thought,
Okay.
and then go there, and then you're like, and then you think, where's the Sheik? That's why I went to the door, because that's the last time I remember seeing him, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'm like, then you remember the night, literally remember.
Okay.
Boy, what a night, whatever happened, that's what you want to think about.
Okay.
And then you say it, and if you raise your voice because you want him to hear it, fine, but there would be no throwaway energy.
Right. Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, go again.
Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Chic of Budapest. Boy, what a night. Hey, I got a plan.
Good. Now timing was perfect on that.
Okay.
The rhythm was good. All of that's right. Let yourself go there. Really, really think.
Okay.
Let the character think.
Okay.
Believe everything you're saying. Go.
Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Chic of Budapest. Boy, what a night. Hey, I got a plan. Let's take the bottle of scotch downstairs, ring all the bells, and yell, police. Just to see who comes out of whose apartment. Paul! What's the matter, darling? Don't you feel well?
What a rotten thing to do. To your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea how she felt just now? Do you know kind of a night this was for her?
It's not over yet.
You didn't see her sitting here 2 minutes ago. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines.
More, Brian.
Well,
You didn't see her. Again? Louder. Go. Right there.
you didn't see her sitting here 2 minutes ago. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines. Well, she was miserable. Her face was longer than that trip we took tonight.
She never said a thing to me.
She's too good a sport.
Keep taking your tie off.
She went the whole cockeyed way. Boy, oh boy, dragging a woman like that all the way out to the middle of the harbor for a bowl of sheep dip.
It was Greek bean soup, and at least she tasted it. She didn't jab at it with her knife, throwing cute little epigrams.
No, this isn't cute now. Screw you.
Okay.
Hit him. Don't you make fun of my soup.
Okay. It was Greek bean soup, and at least she tasted it. She didn't jab at it with her knife, throwing cute little epigrams like, ho, 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 I think there's someone in there.
That's right, that's right. At least I was honest about it. You ate 2 bowls because you were showing off for Al Capone at the next table.
What are you so angry about, Paul?
Go back to that's right, Brian.
That's right. That's right. At least I was honest about it. You ate 2 bowls because you were showing off for Al Capone at the next table.
Good. Do it again. That was much better. All the rhythm and stuff was there. I want you to feel and remember her flirting with other guys at the restaurant. And it's a little embarrassing. It's my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And she's over there legitimately drunk and flirting.
Yep.
And the soup was terrible. I mean, it was really nasty. And she ate 2 bowls just to show off. And she knows it's true. You're a lawyer. I mean, you have evidence. Go again. That's right. Take your time. Hit her.
That's right. That's right.
Nope.
That's right. That's right. At least I was honest about it. You ate 2 bowls because you were showing off for Al Capone at the next table.
Good. Now just get away from her. You just won. Ha! Yeah. Tell me about stuff.
What are you so angry about, Paul?
I just told you. I felt terrible for your mother.
Why? Where is she at this very minute? Alone with probably the most attractive man she's ever met. Don't tell me that doesn't beat hell out of hair curlers in the Late Late Show.
Oh, I can just hear it now. What sparkling conversation. He's probably telling her about a chicken cacciatore he once cooked for the High Lama of Tibet. And she's sitting there shoving pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get 1 wink of sleep before that phone rings tomorrow? I'm scared to death for my mother, but I'm grateful there's finally the opportunity for something to be scared about.
Okay, good, good. How's that feel, you two?
Good.
Good?
Could be better.
Could be better? Okay. What part feels good?
I think, I feel like the rhythm's more, like we're hitting the rhythm more.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's because you hit a little bit more of the whys for different moments.
Uh-huh.
And then, you found something new and creative with the bottle that time, which is super cool because that's like your choice and only your choice. But you're doing it for there was the right why behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you got mad to defend your point, the rhythm started coming out. And then I think you lost that when you were saying, where is she right now? Instead of going into this fantasy place, win the argument.
Okay.
Like you're gonna fight for your point.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian, the rhythm of the up and down stairs thing has to be precise. Mm-hmm. So I don't think you should ever go down the stairs. I know you're trying to hide so she doesn't see you, but I think that's the wrong call.
Okay.
So, because you want to be right there at the exact point when you want to be. Like, I'm not looking at it, and I know it's very specifically drawn out, but like the way it sounds to me would be, it would make perfect sense for you to say, unconcerned about this. I would love this. She's not looking at you. How you can be so unconcerned about this. Disappear. Or you could be like 1 foot down or something, right? Then let her come up and you just don't look at her.
Okay.
And it's because like that's the part that really bothers her. So your head's out, you hide, and then she turns around like it's one of those like cat and mouse deals. Mm-hmm. You know what's gonna get to her and you get to her, right?
Yeah.
Then she does her thing, she's shouting up over your head, you're right here just not looking. As soon as she pisses you off, she knows she did it, so she'll do the same thing. She'll reverse and you'll pop out. whatever your thing is that really bothers you.
Sure.
Okay? So just stay ready, because if you go all the way down there and you're too worried about the door, then the timing it takes you to get up here won't hit.
Got it.
Okay, good. So let's go back to, I just told you, concern for your mother, and really fight. Really fight, but right now it's controlled fighting, but it's, I just told you, and win, Brian. Be firm.
I just told you. I felt terrible for your mother.
Why? Where is she at this very minute? Alone with probably the most attractive man she's ever met. Don't tell me that doesn't beat hell out of hair curlers in the Late Late Show.
Oh, I can just hear it now. What sparkling conversation. He's probably telling her about a chicken cacciatore he once cooked for the High Lama of Tibet, and she's sitting there shoving pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
Good. What is that line there? Have you figured that out?
Mine?
Yeah. Never can tell
So
what
I
people-
tried to justify that by like, this may be like really far deep, but like what we talk about alone is.
What you're talking about right now.
Yeah, what we're talking about right now is not what people would expect.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So.
That is what it is.
Okay.
So just get right to it.
Okay. Okay.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned.
Do it again. Now I want you to let yourself, Saya, have a slight acting moment. Okay? And it's gonna be you thinking you've won.
Okay.
Face out. Let him say his thing. Let the words process on your face, and it's one of these deals here, where like your face will change. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, so you're in this moment. He says what he says. You got to listen. He's going to disappear, and then your face is going to change when you realize what he just said to you.
Yeah.
The hidden meaning, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
Because what's the hidden meaning that really pisses you off?
The hidden meaning is that I don't care what.
I don't care about my mother. I don't love my mother.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about my
Yeah.
mother.
Like,
and
all
it's
I
like,
care about is me.
oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Pink pills in her mouth. Just say it from there.
Pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get 1 wink of sleep before that phone rings tomorrow?
Okay, good. That was better. Now, you heard we got a slight tiny reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Now let it happen out, controlled wherever you're going to want to go, and formulate your attack back.
Okay.
So if you go straight to him and just yell, there's no notes you get to play.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're here and then you change and you're here and you're speaking and then you go, I know how I'm going to hit you, mother.
Okay.
And then you go do it, and once you do it, then you can turn because you know what's going to happen to him.
Okay, so you mean just like start it this way? And
Yes,
then
like let us
find
see the
my
whole
way there?
reaction,
Okay.
and then because he's, he hits you and you're going to say it out loud. You're having kind of an inner moment. You realize he's not there. You process like,
Yeah, that makes CERN unconcerned, plenty concerned. Like
Yes.
I
concern.
know
Yeah, right, exactly.
Okay.
And then Brian, same thing. When you come out, know you're going to hit her, follow through, and then out like a smug. Okay. Pink pills.
Shoving pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get 1 wink of sleep before that phone rings?
Good. And aren't there two unconcerns?
Unconcerned, I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get?
So it's not unconcerned? Unconcerned, you don't say
No,
it twice?
no.
Oh, okay. All right. Be so unconcerned about this. Okay. So in that case, there was just too long, like slightly too long of a pause. So take the realization, go, and then think, and again, wait until you go. You got to wait for the blocking. Because you can peek and he's not there. You can start thinking and then wait till you have an ace in the hole to hit him with.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay? Again, Brian, and when you peek your head out, it's okay if you take a second before you start talking to really land that moment. Okay?
Okay.
Pink pills.
Shoving pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people...
Good, do it again, Brian, and be sarcastic like an asshole. Because her mom's just old and just takes pills. And it's funny to you, and you're a little sarcastic, and it's like, she's old, dummy.
Shoving pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
See her. Come out and see her. Don't know what to say yet. Now hit her.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get one wink of sleep before that phone rings tomorrow? I'm scared to death for my mother, but I'm grateful there's finally the opportunity for something to be scared about.
That's when I want you to go to the door right there.
Oh, okay. Wait, so don't even walk over until then?
Right.
Oh, okay.
So I think you should have a moment like out the door or to the phone or
Oh,
you
so
know.
the whole entire thing is kind of like a...
Yeah, and you could peek, but he's not there.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
And why is unconcerned? Why does that bring out the bull? Why is that a red?
Because I want people to know that I care, and I do care about my mom.
Okay, and beyond your mom.
Just as a person in general, I care about things.
Because you come across
like
carefree, flighty.
Yeah.
That is a trigger word.
Yeah, exactly. Just like his is a stuffed shirt.
Correct. And this is real stuff, right? So like, let's take Saya, for instance. What would have been a trigger for you over the last couple years?
Like the young thing?
That's right.
Yeah, that was
That's right.
really
It would have been a
hard.
trigger.
Yeah.
And I know that from talking to you, but if I didn't know it, and I was trying to give you a critique, and I said something like, listen, Saya, you're just a kid. Right? And you'd hear me and you'd be like, F you inside. You'd be so ravenous, right? And I might not have meant it, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
My words cut.
Okay.
He's doing it on purpose, kinda. And so you're gonna get that and you're gonna take it and go unconcerned. I'm plenty concerned, you know? Like, I'm not gonna sleep, you fucker.
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
you're
yeah.
like, you're thinking about him and whatever, and then when you go, now I'm gonna go get you.
Okay.
You're gonna get him the same way he got you,
Gotcha.
and then you'll turn and you know he's gonna come out. He can't help it.
Yeah. Just like what he just did to me.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
That's right. That's right. Go back. So be more ready, Brian. See, it took you too long. So have your foot up and ready, turned toward her already. So just be like kind of facing the curtain, I guess, but make it easy for you to get in. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then you can come in, see her, and based on whatever she's doing, that's what you'll figure out what to say. And what does that mean? What does that mean to you when you say, never can tell what people talk about while they're alone? That's like, by the way, you're not perfect. Neither is our marriage. And I know you want to be perfect, but you ain't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's a dig too.
I don't understand. No, that's fine. What the heck?
You never can tell.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Go. Unconcerned.
Unconcerned?
Yeah, so you gotta be quicker. Gotta be
Okay,
quicker.
okay.
I know you were kind of waiting for the laugh. Let the laugh kind of peak and speak.
Okay, okay.
Again. Never can tell.
Oh, okay. You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Go.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned.
Yeah, concerned. Say the word.
Concerned.
Plenty concerned.
I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get 1 wink of sleep before that phone rings tomorrow? I'm scared to death for my mother.
Good, go to the door.
But I'm grateful there's
Go
finally
to
the
the door.
opportunity.
No, not his door, the other door, where you let send her
I'm-
up.
Finally the opportunity for something to be scared about.
Scared about.
Scared about.
Idea.
What I'm really concerned about
About.
is you.
Good, now go sit.
Me? Me?
I'm beginning to wonder if you're capable of having a good time.
Why? Because I like to wear my gloves in the winter?
No, because there isn't the least bit of adventure in you. Do you know what you are? You're a watcher. There are watchers in this world, and there are doers. And the watchers sit around watching the doers do.
Good, do that again. And I think you're forcing the physicality.
Okay,
It just doesn't happen to be there, that's okay.
okay. So I don't, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what you are.
Do you know what you are?
Hit him, go.
You're a watcher.
You don't have to look at him, just win.
You're a watcher. There are watchers in this world, and there are doers. And the watchers sit around watching the doers do. Well, tonight you watched and I did.
Yeah? Well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what I was watching.
You won't let your hair down for a minute. You couldn't even relax for one night. Boy, Paul,
Bring it down.
sometimes you act like a
what? A stuffed shirt?
I didn't say that.
That's what you're implying.
That's what you're anticipating. I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt. But you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified? When? When was I proper and dignified?
All right. The other night at Delfino's, you were drunk, right?
Right. I was stoned.
There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning. You just sat there, looking unhappy and watching your coat.
I was watching my coat because I saw someone else watching my coat. Look, if you want, I'll get drunk for you sometime. I'll show you a slob, make your hair stand on end.
Let that pillar bother you, Brian. Go get it. Go get it.
It isn't necessary.
Do you know on PJ Clark's last New Year's Eve, I punched an old woman. Don't tell me about drunks.
All right, Paul.
When else? When else was I proper and dignified?
Always. You're always dressed right. You always look right. You always say the right things. You're very close to being perfect.
That is a rotten thing to say.
I've never seen you without a jacket. I always feel like such a slob compared to you.
Make this real.
I always feel like such a slob compared to you.
Good, now go back. I've never seen you without a jacket. Make it real. You actually do feel like he's fancier than you.
I've never seen you without a jacket. I always feel like such a slob compared to you. Before we were married, I was sure you slept with a tie.
No, just
Do it again, Saya. I want you to realize some of these times when you're turning, you're taking away your power.
Yeah.
And you're sucking some of the moment out that you're having.
Okay.
Go back to that really real moment. Because to feel like you're lesser than is what she's saying.
Yeah.
I feel low class around you. You make me feel this certain way.
I've never seen you without a jacket. I always feel like such a slob compared to you. Before we were married, I was sure you slept with a tie.
No, just for very formal sleeps.
You can't even walk into a candy store and ask the lady for a Tootsie Roll. You've got to walk up to the counter and point at it and say, I'll have that thing in the brown and white wrapper.
That's ridiculous.
And you're not. That's just the trouble. Like Thursday night, you wouldn't walk barefoot with me in Washington Square Park. Why not?
Very simple answer. It was 17 degrees.
Exactly. That's very sensible and logical, except it isn't any fun.
Do it again. Be real. Breathe.
Exactly.
Breathe.
That's very sensible and logical.
Now see him. And you're saying, I just want to have fun with you.
Except it isn't any fun.
See here, Brian.
You know, maybe I am too proper and dignified for you. Maybe you would have been happier with someone a little more colorful and flamboyant. Like the geek.
Well, he'd be a lot more laughs than a stuffed shirt.
Oh. Oh, I thought you said I wasn't.
Well, you are now.
I'm not going to listen to this. I'm not going to listen. I've got a case in court in the morning.
Where are you going?
To sleep.
Now? How can you sleep now?
I am going to close my eyes and count niches. Good night.
You can't go to sleep now. We're having a fight.
You have the fight. When you're through, turn out the lights.
Get me insane! You can even control your emotions!
Look! I am just as upset as you are. But when I get hungry, I eat. And when I get tired, I sleep. You eat and sleep too. Don't deny it. I've seen you.
Not in the middle of a crisis.
What crisis? We're just yelling a little.
You don't consider this a crisis? Our whole marriage hangs in the balance.
Wait, hear it.
It does. When did that happen?
Just now. It's suddenly very clear that you and I have absolutely nothing in common.
Why? Because I won't walk barefoot in the park in winter? You haven't got a case, Corey. Adultery, yes. Cold feet, no.
Don't oversimplify this. I'm angry. Can't you see that?
Corey, it's 2:15 in the morning. If I can fall asleep in about half an hour, I can get about 5 hours sleep. I will call you from court tomorrow and we can fight over the phone.
You will not go to sleep. You will stay here and fight to save our marriage.
If our marriage hinges on breathing fish balls and poo-fla-poo pie, it isn't worth saving. I am now going to crawl into our tiny little single bed. If you care to join me, we will be sleeping from left to right tonight.
You won't discuss it? You're afraid to discuss it. I'm married a coward!
Corey, would you bring in a pail? The closet's dripping.
Oh, I hate you! I hate you!
All right,
really...
good. Let's find the comedy in that. The I married a coward.
Okay.
So we're starting to feel it, right? Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden it got very real. Mm-hmm. From the reality is where the comedy's gonna pop all of a sudden again. Mm-hmm. Okay? So really go and call him a coward.
Okay.
Okay? And then wait for him.
Okay.
You come out, Brian, like, you know what? I'm sorry. Like, come out with that energy when you say Corey. And again, be ready to come out right away.
That's a little harder to do here because she's throwing a shoe at me. So
what?
Any thoughts on that? Not getting hit with the shoe.
I'm not going to hit you with the shoe.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, don't be a baby.
I'll move over. Okay, cool.
Yeah. You know, and you get hit. I mean, you're going to be fine, first of all. But second of all, yeah, you got to trust your scene partner. She'll throw it where it won't hit you hard. Go call him a coward.
Okay. You won't discuss it? You're afraid to
By the way, Brian, are you scared of being hit by a shoe?
No, it's fine. I'd just rather not be hit by the shoe.
How come?
Because I don't want to get it hits the door. It says it in the blocking. He's actually in the other room.
I've never hit you, Brian.
I know you wouldn't.
But what I'm saying is the timing of it is you got to be ready whenever you need to. So you told me your excuse was because you didn't want to get hit by the shoe. Is that not the case?
The shoe hits the door, which makes him come and say what he says, opening the door and talking to her.
Right.
So the shoe has to hit.
I know, but you're saying two different things. Earlier you said it was because you didn't want to get hit by the shoe.
Correct. That's also correct. But if I hit the shoe, you won't hear the bop and then the come out. You know, like it has to hit it, make the sound.
Got it. So we don't have a door. That's what I'm trying to tell you earlier. We don't have that door. So instead, it's the timing of it passing by where it passes, and then the timing of you coming back out.
I see what you're saying.
Timing is everything in comedy. So if you're off by a half second, we miss it.
Got it.
So you have to, the shoe passes, she throws it, the shoe passes, there's a moment, you got to listen for the comedy, you got to come out, you got to talk to her. Right on the right moment.
Sure. Cool. That makes sense.
You won't discuss it? You're afraid to discuss it. I married a coward.
You're late.
Does what?
I got a second shoe.
Go. I married a coward.
I married a coward!
Corey, would you bring in a pail? The closet's dripping.
Oh, I hate you! I hate you! I really, really hate you!
Corey, there is one thing I learned in court. Be careful when you are tired and angry.
No. Get the line right.
That is the line. You might say something you will soon regret. I am now tired and angry.
Be careful when you...
Okay, go ahead. There's one thing I learned in court.
There's one thing I learned in court. Be careful when you're tired and angry. You might say something you will soon regret. I am now tired and angry.
Go.
And a coward.
And I will now...
So you see, like, so here's, we have to stop, but here's the comedy of this, and I just need you to see this, because you see how you got to laugh? Mm-hmm. Come down. You got to laugh last time because of the timing. So when you come back out and you go, Corey, would you get a bucket? So she thinks it's one thing, you deliver the other. We're like, oh, hilarious, okay? Mm-hmm. So then you say, be careful what you say when you are tired and angry. I am now tired and angry.
And a coward.
And I will now say something that I regret, right? So you you have to be like, and I'm done. She hits that, and you should have probably waited a half second longer.
Okay.
And a coward. Gah! Now I'm going to turn around and I'm going to say something that I regret. So it's just like this timing, and that's why I'm saying, like, if you get yourself stuck, especially even with your leg too, think about that. Like, you got to put yourself in a position to win. So I might even, like, if it were me, like, well, just right here, right? Like, I would just stay here so that I can hit wherever I want to, whenever I want to. You know, because the timing is everything.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Good, 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 good. Okay, you asked for a workout, you got to work out.
Yes.
Let's see.
Talk to me, Saya.
Yeah, I think one thing I've been lacking in this scene in particular is I think I was letting her character and her drunkenness and her carefreeness, I kind of dropped the realness of it.
Yes.
You know, and I'm usually good about that, keeping it real.
But you weren't good at being silly and fun and outgoing, right, before.
Mm-hmm.
So now that you found that, now we got to bring back in from the very beginning what you found there in that middle spot where it felt very real.
Yeah.
Everything should feel that real, even when she's being silly.
Right, yeah. And I think that's where I've been stuck, is like kind of like trying to do that, and then I just forgot about that part of it. And that's why I haven't been feeling as engaged in it either, because of that reason.
Right. Good. And don't even knock yourself either, because realize that, you know, when we're doing these plays, right, we're trying to work on us a little bit, work on our craft. So let's just say over the last bit, you were working on something, a very specific skill that you wanted to better yourself in. Mm-hmm. Great, you did that. So now it's like learning an accent. And let's say the play was just okay, but you learned the accent really well. Now put the truth back in, or the thing you're already good at, stick that into the accent now, and it's like, boom, now we can take off.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was huge. And I heard it too. Like, the play just kind of exploded into this place of reality. So everything, and that's why I would get upset sometimes when you just sort of throw lines or just talk up to nothingness. And same with him, like, because it wasn't, it's like, yes, the rhythm's there, yes, the emotion's right, but you're not landing it on each other. It's not real. You're not really causing a reaction. Mm-hmm. So once you started doing that, it really took off. Yeah. And then on top of that, now we got to go back and we do timing. Then it's going to be, I've got great timing, but it's still not real. Mm-hmm. And then I got to put the real back into the timing.
Yeah.
Cool. Brian?
I agree.
Cool.
No, yeah, it's just the comedic timing. It was, I was glad it was a workout, especially for me. But it was like pure adrenaline, so it went great, and I feel good about it. And I was excited because of the circumstances, we haven't gotten to work it since Sunday, and so I was very happy with that and excited to take this and apply the quickness that's going to make a huge difference to the timing. So,
good.
Yeah.
And I want you to take one more thing with you, Brian, because I know there was you've got this thing about getting hit for some reason. and I want you to get over. There's a fear there. I want you to let go of. It's some kind of something that's welling up inside you, and I want you to fight to release it completely. And you know this, but I'll say this for the class and for the online audience. It's ridiculous, this concept, but when I was training my nephews to catch a football, when they would miss 2 or 3 times in a row, I say, "You afraid of the ball?" "No." "You afraid of it?" I go like this, and "You're afraid of it." And they're like, so then I was like, "Hey, hands behind your back," and I'd throw the football right in their face, close distance, didn't actually hurt, a little bit of, I'm like, "You okay?" "Yeah." "You gonna live?" "Yeah." "Does it hurt?" "No, not really." "You scared of it?" "No." I throw it to them, they catch it. Like that. So this idea of realizing, because even the other night, we were in class, and there was some game that happened about hitting you with a noodle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I was watching virtually, and what's funny is it was a game. Like the audience they wanted to see the game of it, right? Now can a noodle realistically actually hurt you to the point that you'd be in the hospital or something? Like so there's nothing there. So you could play the game and be like, hit me as hard as you want, go ahead. Like as long as it's not in the eyeball or whatever, you know. And so you could play that, but there's literally nothing to be afraid of. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So here's this shoe, and you'd be like, hey partner, I'll be here, try to aim there. But like literally there's nothing to like, should ever stop you from that. And if there is a fear, and this is just what I would do, what I think, as long as it's safe, like literally I would just be like, go ahead, chuck the shoe at me. Like chuck it at me. And if I told Saya to throw a shoe as hard as she could from there, right at my face, probably 7 out of 10 she'd miss completely. Not because she's a bad shot, but because that's a pretty tough. Go ahead.
I don't want to throw a shoe.
There's a lot of camera equipment over there.
I don't know.
Time out. No.
Okay, so Joey says no, but point being, like there's nothing to like, and by the way, if it was coming right at my face and she was gonna win, I would just turn and I would take it on the side of my face.
Or you would completely.
Or I'd duck and be like, you win, whatever. That's fine too. But the point is, like, literally, you just don't have to be afraid of it. You know what I mean? So whatever that is that's going on with you, I'd say like, let's lean into it and be totally free, because it comes back to that. I'm telling you, like what the magic we talked about on the morning show that you found, that you're finding, it's that. And that's that release of you not holding on to anything, because it doesn't make you look bad. That's the craziest part. Like it makes you look strong. People be like, all right, well, I guess I'm getting hit by a noodle. Because enough people commented that they wanted to see you get hit by a noodle. That doesn't mean they dislike you.
I didn't think it did, but yeah.
But what I'm saying is like it's sort of like it's like sitting in the dunk tank. Right? And you're like, for charity, I'm gonna sit here and I hope you guys knock me in, you know? And the whole time I'm going, you can't do it, whatever. And then it's like, it's fine when they knock you in. No big deal, right? It's that idea. But I noticed you did not want to get hit by the noodle.
Not by Joey, no.
That's what I'm saying. By anybody. You didn't want to get hit by Trulick's daughter either. Because she really went to town on that table. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He doesn't know what I'm saying.
I do. It wasn't Trulick's daughter.
Who was it?
I don't remember who, but it wasn't Trulick's daughter.
Oh, okay. What's that? Okay.
Anyway.
Whoever that was. When.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Get hit.
It got awkward enough. We will stop there. We got one more scene. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Are you guys using that one? There's nothing facing over here. I was just wondering if you were using that camera.
Oh, that was the 10-minute break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm about to flip it up. Thanks, Al.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got one last scene for the day. Actors Corinne and Nick are going to be working on an excerpt from I Ought to Be in Pictures by Neil Simon.
What's the point in tiptoeing? You can hear that car pull up in Denver.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep before somebody can wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. Pill's more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light a sleeper. She left 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
Never mind Steffi. How about explaining where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
What do you mean out? 3 nights this week you come home 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay, I'm fine. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out of here. Don't tell me where you're going. You don't call. You don't know anybody in this city. You walk in 3 o'clock in the morning and think I don't have a right to be huffy?
You want to be huffy? Be huffy.
Hey, don't test me, okay? Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years that I owe you, you got another guest coming. All right, it's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back asking for payoffs ever since you walked in here with that orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me and I'm here to collect. That's what you said to me. I mean, am I wrong, Grandma? Am I making that up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
All right, good. So let's take it back. That's right, first Masterclass. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so first off, how's it feel right now where you are?
Good. Feels good.
A little unnatural, very different from like what we've been rehearsing. Just we've never rehearsed on the stage before, but
okay.
It feels good.
So when you say it feels good, in what way?
I feel confident. I feel like we're connecting well. The nervousness went down.
Okay.
I just felt like it was flowing well.
What are the purpose of those 2 chairs?
So to be honest, this chair just slipped my notice. Okay. And I thought that maybe Corinne put this here so she can sit at this side of the table.
Is not supposed to be here,
Got it. Okay. So tell me about Libby.
What about her?
Your take on her.
She comes off very forward, kind of like she doesn't care too much about how she's perceived, or, you know, she doesn't care if he cares if she's out until 3 in the morning. But deep down, all she wants is to know that someone loves her for who she is. Because she knows that people love her, but she thinks they just love her because they have no one else to love.
Okay. And she's forward. How else would you describe her?
Sarcastic.
Okay. How else?
Playful, but intense.
Would you consider her smart?
Yes.
Okay. So what's wrong with the way she's approaching this whole situation?
From an actor perspective?
Yeah.
This happens 2 weeks after I've seen him for the first time in 16 years, and I'm kind of acting like I own the place.
Okay. But I'm talking about like her take on what she's doing out in New York. I mean, LA.
So she claims it's because she wants to be an actress, but that was just an excuse to come see her dad.
So she doesn't want to at all?
Mm-mm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What does she want to do?
She doesn't know. She thinks if she chooses something ambitious like acting, that it'll fulfill her, but it's not her passion.
So did she really do what she's about to say tonight? Like, did she really do it?
Yes.
She got all the numbers and things?
Yeah, she's acting like she's a worker. She works hard, and if she doesn't do what she says she's going to do, she feels like a failure. So she says, I'm going to come out here and be an actress. So she's going to try to get her name out there, even though it's not really what she wants. She wants to be perceived as someone who goes and gets what they want.
Okay. Where are your facts that she doesn't want to be an actress?
She has a big monologue at the end of this scene where she says she's kind of breaking down, the truth is coming out. She talks about, the real reason she's out here. She just wants to see what he's like. And she says, if you want the God's honest truth, I don't even want to be an actress. I don't know the first thing about acting. I don't know what I want to be. So, and that's the most honest part of the whole play. So I believe her when she says she doesn't want to be an actress in that play.
And then at the same time, though, she has this obsession with fame, famous people, connections, acting. So I'm trying to figure out where all that comes from, like, because I think there needs to be a bit of reality there, and then you could have a reality check of like, honestly, I don't want to do this, but you needed to figure it out, because she's one of these. Neil Simon's poking fun a little bit at the entertainment industry in this play, and the idea of the people that come to LA with the wrong idea in their head, and you're that person. You're the person that I warn people about, not to go to LA and think just because I go to LA everything's going to be perfect, and just because I meet Siegel everything's going to be perfect, and it just isn't that way. And he's kind of this reality check of the business, and you're this like fantasy, and you're living in the fantasy world because people want to be famous or do different things for different reasons. So I think your reason is just to be in something that he's in, to have an excuse to stay, right? But I think that you've also got this, like, I don't know, you're naive in a way too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think she believes it's going to work, actually.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Part of me agrees with you, but there's this part where we bicker, and he calls me out. He says, that's not going to work. And I get angrier than I should, and I think it's because I know he's right.
Yeah, sure. But why would you get angrier than you should?
Because I'm also mad at myself.
Because you thought it was going to work, and you're being called out on truth.
Okay.
You've been lying. You're still lying. You're bullshitting. You're coming in going like, I'm working. I'm becoming an actress. So I think there's a little more like a little more aloofness and a little more just like you're naive to certain things, even though deep down. But my thought is like I think you were being too aggressive there.
Which line?
In the beginning.
Okay.
This whole part.
Okay.
Because what's gonna be funny, and it is funny, by the way, and we haven't gotten any laughs yet, so that's what we're going to fight for in a minute, but I want to make sure that we understand some of the whys, and then we can get there. It's funny if you're not worried at all, not angry at all, not really reactive at all, and we watch that kind of he can't stand but just boil up a little bit.
Okay.
And it's especially funny at this part in the play because he's never had a kid before. He never knew what it was like to worry before. And so it's fun for us to watch this guy who was this carefree bachelor in LA and like they had never had a worry in the world, and now all of a sudden he's like waiting up for somebody to come home, and he's going to pretend like he's fine, but then he can't help but just kind of like explode, and you'll just stay chipper until you have to flip. Like I picture her being like, you know, parking the car and like, hi, my name's Livy, and what's your name? Oh, and trying to get cards, you know, and stacking them up and going like, I'm gonna be an actress, and everyone's like, cool, and you're like, I am, like, got a number. Like I see her being that way, very forward in this way. You know, you said forward, but I think she's got that naiveness, that she's aggressive about this thing, but she's very positive about it. She has zero experience, zero anything, and she's like, it's gonna work. I know it's gonna work. Okay. Try it for me. Yeah, from the beginning. And Nick, reflecting back, I want to know if you can feel this, that your blocking was off. Did you feel stranded at all?
Too far from her?
No, like you had nowhere to go.
A little, because I went back here to improv something because I felt like I needed to do something, but there's nothing back here.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Which means you were going to her and felt weird, and I can tell you, like, based on your feet, that, and this is what I want you to start feeling. So that's why I asked, how did it feel? Because if you said not good, then I would want to know why, and if you said why, then I'd be like, cool,
okay.
You understand. So I don't think you understand yet. So you were doing things, and then if you watch my feet, you were kind of like hesitant. And at all times, as an actor, you should be in balance. So the fact that you were kind of like teetering means you didn't know where to go, and probably this is the wrong choice.
Okay.
So then you thought, this doesn't feel right, so I need to go somewhere, and then you catch yourself going someplace that there's nowhere to go.
Right.
So what I would do is I wouldn't move.
Okay.
I would be super worried, really worried, really worried. You hear, okay, then try to pretend like you're not. Then get really mad, really mad, really mad. Try to pretend you're not and just stay. Stay. Try to avoid eye contact, but you keep checking in. And then whenever the explosion happens, let yourself go.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you. What's the point in tiptoeing? You can hear the car pull up in Denver.
I didn't want to wake you.
Have to
All right,
follow-
so then you got to justify his line. The tiptoeing.
Okay. Yeah. Should I actually tiptoe?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was like an expression of speech kind of, but okay.
What's the moment here? What's happening?
He's
How old are you?
19.
Okay. 3 years ago, you're 16. You're out till 3 in the morning. And you're trying to sneak back into your house.
Okay.
How do you do it?
Quietly.
And you don't want Dad to catch you.
Okay.
And then he's sitting there waiting. So you need to sneak in, probably backwards, and try to get into the room without getting caught.
What's the point in tiptoeing? You hear the car pull up in Denver.
I didn't want to wake you.
No. No, it's sarcastic. She's not that way.
I didn't want to wake you.
Nicer. Be nice.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep before somebody can wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. Pill's more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light a sleeper. She left 2 hours ago.
How come? Anything happened with you two?
Never mind Steffi. How about explaining where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
What do you mean out? 3 nights this week you come home 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Okay, good. Now, when he says the pill's more worried about you than I am, what?
I don't get that. I had a hard time understanding.
Good,
Yeah.
good. So I'm glad you admit that. So now it's like, okay, we got to figure it out. It's super important, and it opens up the entire play. So the what's funny here is I'm not worried about you. I don't care.
Okay.
So the gag is this. She's What are you tiptoeing for? I took the pill. The pill's more worried about you than I am. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Got it.
So you're like, you're pretending not to be worried, but you are.
Okay.
That's what's funny, is he's never felt all these feelings before. It's like, what is this? I don't know. It's called you care. I don't like it. It's that moment. Okay. So he's not mad yet to her. He's not worried. So that's why you're going to want to get away.
Okay.
Until you finally boil over. So she shouldn't know that you're mad.
Got it.
You'll be just acting weird.
Okay.
So as a matter of fact, for your benefit, do exactly what I just did and keep looking and checking. When she makes a noise, go situate yourself so that you just look cool. Just like oh, I wasn't worried. I wasn't even thinking about you. It's 3 a.m. It's New York. I mean, she might be dead. She could be dead. Good, go to the window, go to the window. The window's fourth wall. Yep, good. Go out here toward the audience, the window. Go. Because you don't have a watch, just be looking. The hell is she? God damn it. Keep looking. Go out the window, Just stay there. Go back toward this audience. Go back toward the audience, out the window. Just look. Is that a guy? Do I see a guy? Huh? Make it, go, Corinne. No, stay there, stay at the window. Why?
What are you tiptoeing for? I messed up.
It's okay, Lion, go.
What's the point in tiptoeing? You can hear that car pull up in Denver.
Good, now turn away and I'm cool and drink your drink.
I didn't want to wake you.
Fall asleep before somebody can wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. Pill's more worried about you than I am.
And peek.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
Oh, I did other things.
Okay, why you say that?
Because Steffi was over earlier.
Okay. There's also this there's that, and there's this idea of you keep bringing up that he doesn't work.
Okay, I never thought about the line like that.
And you have a fantasy about your dad. What's your fantasy?
That he's like, oh, I forgot the actor's name, but I have like a picture of him where he has like leather arm, elbow pads, and like he's the king of Hollywood, and he's like super fancy.
Totally, and he's a writer, and he writes all the time, and it's just this glamorous world, and so you're like, I thought you'd be busy. Like, I didn't think you'd worry about me, honestly. Like, I thought you'd be like super busy doing like super cool writer stuff. And every time you say that, it brings up his own insecurity because he's not the fantasy that you welled up. You know, kids have this moment that happens. There's a flip. You've all had it, where you realize mom and dad are not Superman. He's Superman. And you're realizing, like, live in the moment, it doesn't take you 16 years, it takes you 1, because you show up and it's like, oh, I thought you were a professional writer. I thought you were a big deal. So you're still kind of fighting for that, and it's just being exposed his weakness.
Okay.
Okay?
Where do you want me to start from? The beginning?
No, right there's fine.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
Oh, I did.
So you didn't get it. You didn't get the line.
I'm not upset by it?
No.
Oh. I thought I was.
Play the fantasy of it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
Yes, that's her. That's her. Okay. Now, Corinne, I'm gonna hit you here, maybe where it hurts a little bit, but there's an essence about you sometimes that just wants me to shut up.
I mean, I just love acting.
I get it. I get it. But you're not. It's not respectful, and so you're not actually hearing what I'm saying.
Okay.
So you're not soaking it in. And if you find Libby, who's up here, which you just played, the play's going to come to life. But right now, I saw a little bit of an improv too. This underlying energy.
Okay.
And I want you to find your way to the other side of it.
Sure. Okay. How do I do that?
I don't know. It's probably, you probably have to change the inner dialogue, and I don't know what's going on, but there could be a thing where you're just like, you know, we haven't worked together enough for me to even speak on it. But there's an inner dialogue happening, and you want to, ideally, because I don't think I'm perfect in any way, shape, or form, but I'm trying to help. So I want you to hear what I'm saying, soak it all in, and then experiment, play.
Are you talking about my inner dialogue or Libby's inner dialogue?
Yours.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah. So take a second, and then how can you find what you just found? Because you literally went like this. You went up. That's her. That is Libby.
I guess it's just hard because I totally perceived her differently. Yeah. I've been practicing for a month differently, I guess.
Okay.
But.
And that's okay. So to drop your own idea can be very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean your work is invalid, but if you're not willing to play the other idea, you and I will keep fighting back and forth, and we won't get anywhere.
Okay.
There it was.
What?
Let's try it again.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
Oh, I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
Up.
She's not that light a sleeper. She left 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
Never mind, Steffi. How about explaining where you've been till 3 o'clock?
All right. So do you want to play?
Sure.
Corinne, you willing?
Okay.
All right. Let's go. Let's go again, and I'm gonna force you to do something. Okay. Everything has to be up like this, and you have to have a huge smile on your face, the whole time.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead from the very beginning. And you, grumpus to all get out.
Grumpy as hell?
Just down.
Okay.
Just grump. I'm in a bad mood constantly. Go. Go, Corinne. You're super happy to sneak in. It's so fun to sneak in.
What's the point in tiptoeing? You can hear the car pull up in Denver.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep before somebody can wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. Pill's more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
We stop smiling. Let's go back.
I know, I realized it. To the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Okay, and I just to justify this, because it's, you know, it's wrong, obviously. But why would she even? How could you justify her smiling coming in?
Because she's proud of what she did.
Okay, and also she never got to be a 15-year-old and sneak in.
True.
It's fun. It's 2 in.
Okay.
Like literally, I want you to play like that. Okay. Yeah. Put something in that, please, and don't look at your watch anymore.
Okay. Put improv something in it or something.
No,
real?
something.
Okay.
Yeah. Matter of fact, use the hot one. And fill it up all the way. Please.
I had to figure out how to use this. It stumped me for a minute.
Totally.
Scolding hot.
Exactly. What are you thinking, Nick?
Where the hell is my daughter? This coffee's not helping me in any way. So why am I even
Get off the
wasting my
coffee.
time? Okay.
No, I mean, you hold it.
Right.
What are you thinking?
She comes out here, she wants me to be her father, but she's disrespecting me by staying out all night.
Good. Keep having those kind of thoughts.
Okay.
And just think. Damn it. I should be sleeping. Damn it. Check the window again. Damn it. No, keep having inner dialogue. The hell you been? Good. Now, I want you to have noticed her, and the fact that she's having fun sneaking in should make you madder. What are you tiptoeing for? Like, you know what I mean? Just like, you really think you tiptoeing? I couldn't hear you?
Got it.
And go right away. Come right in.
Okay.
What's the point in tiptoeing? You can hear the car park in Denver.
I didn't want to wake you.
Well, you have to fall asleep before somebody can wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. Pill's more worried about you than I am.
Good, you can tell he's worried about you. Go to him. Go to him.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light a sleeper. She left 2 hours ago.
What are you whispering for?
What are you whispering for?
No, you.
Oh. She's not that light a sleeper.
All right, good. It's better. All right, it's already better.
Okay.
Now, and then when you come to him, you could go away too. So there's always a why here, right? So I'm going like my thought, and it's not necessarily right. It's an idea. But my thought is like, be grumpy and not want to look at me. I'm curious. Thought you'd be doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
You're kind of curious about him. He's worried about you. You're thrilled.
Okay.
Thrilled. You've had a great night. It's been an awesome night. I'm not going to let Grumpus take me off my high horse. Okay? Okay. When it comes to the whisper, you know what a stage whisper is?
I've been struggling with it
Okay.
for sure. Yeah.
So basically, there shouldn't be really that much of a difference in volume.
Okay, gotcha.
So it's not like we should talk down here. And then all of a sudden, we'll talk where we should talk. It's like, I didn't want to wake Steffi. What are you whispering for? Because she's sleeping. She's not here. Oh.
Yeah.
And then it's the same volume, but it's a stage whisper.
Okay.
Okay? All right, here we go.
From
Sneaking in. Tiptoe. And Nick, be really specific with his words. Let all of it really, like, just annoy you.
Okay.
What are you tiptoeing for? Like, it's
Got
like,
it.
you idiot.
Okay.
You make a shit ton of noise sneaking in, and then you tiptoe? Like,
What are you tiptoeing for? You can hear the car park in Denver.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep before somebody can wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. Pill's more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light a sleeper. She left 2 hours ago.
how come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happened with you two?
Never mind Steffi. How about explaining where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
good, Libby, go do stuff. Go do stuff. I was out.
I was out.
Like a big girl.
What do you mean out? 3 nights this week you come home 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay. I'm fine. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy?
No, happy, happy, happy. Go back, Libby.
I'm okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm okay. I'm fine. What are you getting so huffy about?
So tease him, because you're thinking, you're basically saying, you're worried about me. You do care. Tease him.
Okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out of here. You don't tell me where you're going. You don't call. You don't know anybody in this city. You walk in 3 o'clock in the morning and say, I don't have a right to be huffy?
You want to be huffy? Be huffy.
Don't test me, okay? Don't play games with me. All right, if you think I'm gonna keep paying through the nose for the 16 years that I owe you, you got another guest coming, okay? It's a bad debt.
Yeah,
Forget
so
it.
you're out of balance again. You feel that with your feet?
Yeah,
Do it right there. You don't have to go yet.
okay.
Don't test me.
Don't test me.
Look right at her.
Don't test me, okay?
No, stay. Just stay. Just stay right there and go.
Don't test me. Don't play games with me.
Look right at her the whole time. Do it again.
Don't test me. Don't play games with me.
Keep going. No,
If you-
no pause. Do it again.
Don't test me. Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years that I owe you, you got another guest coming. It's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
Do it again. And this time, right at her the whole time, you just sit there and smile.
Okay.
It's cute.
Don't test me. Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years that I owe you, you got another guest coming. It's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
Yeah.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of you big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back asking for payoffs ever since you walked in here with that little orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me and I'm here to collect. That's what you said to me. Am I wrong, Grandma? Am I making that up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
I'm waiting for an answer.
I was out, meeting people,
What people?
important people in the business.
Show business?
That's right.
Oh, I see. And what important people?
No, again, to her.
Oh, I see.
So what are you thinking there?
She's bullshitting.
Yeah. So drag it out.
Oh,
I see.
Okay.
Important people, huh? Who'd you meet?
Oh, I see. So what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might know?
No. Still bullshit.
God.
Really?
Really? Anyone I might know?
I don't know if you know them. You may have heard of them,
Like who?
like Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. Yes, I've heard of him. You met him tonight?
That's right.
I see.
Don't throw that away.
And who else did you meet?
Don't throw away the IC. She's lying.
Oh.
In your mind, she's lying.
I see.
Yeah.
And who else did you meet?
In movies or in television?
Oh, either one.
James Caan.
Oh, you met Jimmy. How is he?
He looked terrific to me.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Did you meet anybody else I might have heard of?
Let me see. Candice Bergen, Suzanne Plachette, someone who's a vice president at Columbia Pictures, that director who directed Jaws, a lot of others. I can't remember the names.
Did you talk to these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversations, but I talked to them.
The way you talk to Grandma?
No. Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet? Jack and Jimmy and Candy.
At a party. In Beverly Hills. 11704 Benedict Canyon.
Okay, good. Now, my ear tells me that the first time she might get offended here is when he says, like the way you talk to Grandma.
Yeah.
And that would be like, screw you, maybe, and you would go away. There's a sound to it there where you might go, no, I know the difference. Like, I'm not dumb, which is why I asked you if she's smart, because I think she's street smart, but not smart. And I think she's naive, and she's not like, you know, like she's street smart enough to get herself out here, but doesn't have like the wherewithal to really understand that what she's doing is pointless. Like she's really kind of collecting these like cards and different things, and it's like, you know, but guess what? No one told her not to.
Yeah.
So good for her. Good for her for having hustle, right? And this is her point. It's more than you got. What are you doing? Nothing. Which is kind of the point of the whole play too. Which would be like he's on a writer's block. He needs something real in his life. He's got to get grounded, which is what you help him do. And I mean, you know, Neil Simon's reflecting on just art in general and life and the balance between family and fame and all these things. Like he's writing about himself. So you're playing this sort of like juxtaposition of like what it is to be an artist. So when he hits you with that, he's basically calling you dumb. He's calling you someone who's stayed up all night fantasizing, and he's, you know, and so you know he kind of doesn't believe you, but then when he says that, it's like, I ain't dumb.
Okay.
Okay.
So lose the happy at that.
Yes, but then you might find your way back to it. But yeah, there's the, you know, because she's not always happy, but I think if you listen to the way she talks is, and the way the sound of this goes, think about The Odd Couple.
Okay.
Grumpy, happy, grumpy, happy, grumpy, happy, sad, happy. if you get sad, it'll turn him. So if you see, like, at the end of this play, when we kind of rearrange some things, we need to see him coming of age, so to speak. You're the thing he needed in order to figure his life out, the missing piece. And that's why you're a threat to, what's her name? Steffi. You're a threat, really. And you know, and the trees in the back, they really are a metaphor. You know, there's like, it's a pretty deep play, but for the comedy's sake, you have to understand the sound of it is, like, it's the difference in the energies that really makes it funny.
Gotcha.
Okay, so go back to like who else did you meet? And you don't believe a word she's saying.
Okay.
You know, you think she's just making stuff up. And she's kind of proven to make stuff up before.
Now, usually I start to believe her a little bit when she starts telling me about the party, or should I just not
When
believe
she
her
tells
at
you
all?
she's a valet?
A little before that, when she starts telling me I went to a party, 11704 Beverly Hills, that's when my ears kind of peak and I'm like,
Yes. But okay, that was an interesting detail. Tell me more. And then she goes even deeper, and then it's like the director who directed Jaws.
Yeah.
And you're like,
yeah.
Because you imagine how that conversation goes.
Right.
She's like, hey, who are you? And he's like, Steven Spielberg. And she's like, cool. Are you in the business? And he's like, yeah, I directed Jaws. And she's like, cool. Guy who directed Jaws.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then she's like, I met the guy who directed Jaws. And you're like, right. Okay. And then what's interesting, though, is when you find out that she's not lying, you realize that you were offensive by calling her a liar. She's like, it's not going to work what she's doing, but you realize, like, I did step out of line there. And so then she'll get upset, and then that brings you down to a place where you're like, okay, look, let's talk about this. And then there's a whole other term, which is fun if we get there, which is with the idea of now all of a sudden she wants to talk to you about sex. And it's like, whoa, let me learn how to be worried about you going out late. Like, I'm not ready for that step yet, Okay, so let's pick it up from, I met people, at the beginning of that beat.
James Caan.
Oh, you met Jimmy. How is he?
He looked terrific to me.
I'm sure he did.
Do you know the comedy of Jimmy?
James Caan? Mm-hmm. I've seen him in The Godfather, and I've seen...
But what's the comedy in the way you say it?
Oh, you met Jimmy, like he's a buddy of mine.
Right,
Yeah.
so slow that down.
Okay. Oh, you met Jimmy. Slower?
Probably, pause.
Oh, you met Jimmy. How is he?
He looked terrific to me.
I'm sure he did. Anyone else I might have heard of?
Let me see. Candice Bergen.
Okay, good. Now, Nick, I'm watching you. I think you're looking away for no reason.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
So why would you not look away? What are you doing right now, essentially?
Trying to gauge if she's telling me the truth.
You're interrogating her.
Yeah. Okay.
In a fun way, playful way, sort of, but you don't believe her. Oh, you met Jimmy. How is he? And you're watching her.
What?
Are you crazy? You're like keep eyes on her and keep asking questions.
Okay.
But you kind of darting for no reason doesn't fit.
One thing that threw me off in the play is when he says, the way you talk to Grandma, it says he looks at her, almost like he looks at her for the first time. So I thought maybe he was not looking at her for a period of time before that.
Okay, then if that's the choice, and I don't know what comes right before that.
She's telling me about the people she met at the party, all the
We
famous.
didn't have major conversations, but I talked to them.
Got it. So it could be several things, and again, I'm not going to claim to know, but it could just be a stopping point, where we didn't have major conversations, whatever, and then you might just stop.
Okay.
The way you talk to grandma.
Right.
It's a dick move.
Got it.
So you can get yourself there by just like maybe either not looking or wherever she is, go find her eyes. But I think you can just listen to her. But the other thing is if I'm not gonna look at her, then I need to be locked and thinking about something else or doing something else. And there's a lot of you kind of like not knowing what to do. And I think you just need to not worry so much about that and just settle.
When you say not knowing what to do, my choices as far as movement and looking around?
Yeah, it's like your mind keeps going to different things instead of just listening.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Let me see. Candice Bergen, Suzanne Pochette, someone who's a vice president at Columbia Pictures, that director who directed Jaws, a lot of others. I can't remember the names.
Well, you must have been so busy. Did you talk to these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversations, but I talked to them.
The way you talk to Grandma?
No. Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And,
All right, good. Now, how do you feel here? Corinne?
I'm, like, mad he doesn't believe me.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the blocking's uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so probably you tried something, I'm not sure that it works.
Okay.
So let's go back. And then Nick, you've already done the thing already. You've put the cup down, picked it up, put it down, picked it up.
Okay, yeah.
Sit back, hold the cup, and just do nothing but listen.
Okay.
You don't need to do anything else.
Someone who is a vice president at Columbia Pictures, that director who directed Jaws, a lot of others. I can't remember the names.
Well, you must have been so busy.
Good, do it again. Now, did you notice your mind go toward trying to speak before it was your turn, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could see that. So what you need to do is listen, let go of your lines, let go of your performance, and just keep listening and trust that your line will come when she's done.
Okay.
But be fascinated with everything she's saying and doing. So that's how you get off of you, is by putting all your attention there.
Someone who's a vice president at Columbia Pictures, that director who directed Jaws, a lot of others. I can't remember the names.
Well, you must have been so busy. Did you talk to these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversations, but I talked to them.
The way you talk to Grandma?
No. Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack and Jimmy and Candy?
At a party in Beverly Hills. 11704 Benedict Canyon.
Who invited you?
Gordon Zaharias.
Gordon Zaharias. Who the hell is Gordon Zaharias?
Good, we'll stop there. All right. All right, what did we learn today?
I do have an issue with anticipating my lines too fast. And when I slowed down and listened, it was a lot better. It felt a lot better.
Good.
And also my understanding of Herb and how he should be in the beginning, how nervous he should be, and not just annoyedly sitting there waiting. And to put more comedy into it.
Good. Have the two of you played the beginning yet? Like the first scene that you're in?
We have not.
Okay, that might be worth doing, like a read through of that, and kind of feeling some of who they are to each other, a little bit. All right, what else did you learn from that? Are you excited? You like what happened today?
Yeah, I do. I like the critique. The thing about me being off balance, that's, I don't know, I hear that a lot when I'm doing slates and stuff like that. I'm not really sure why I do it, so maybe it's a anxiety thing. Like you said, I'm not really sure where I'm gonna walk to, so I'm kind of,
right.
I never realized that.
So what's happening is you're getting up, but you don't really have a reason. So you've got nowhere to go.
Got it.
So you either need to figure that out and go, you know what, I feel like getting up here, but I got nothing to do. I got nowhere to go. So therefore, either I'm not gonna get up or I gotta go give myself something to do, whatever it is. So let's say you have something on her table you wanna go pick up. So let's say the piece of paper on the desk is yours.
Okay.
Okay. Say one of your lines from the beginning. Mm-hmm. You got one in mind?
Well, you might have. Well, you must have been so busy.
Yeah, good. All right. So put the cup down, and now just say that. But your only intention is go or no earlier line. From the very beginning. I'll be worried.
What do you mean out?
Yeah. What do you mean out? Okay, good. And then this time, don't even look at her. Just go get the piece of paper and just talk.
What do you mean out? 3 nights this week. You come home 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Go.
I want to know where you've been.
And you want to look at the paper because you want everything to get it for a reason.
I was out.
You see that, the difference?
Yeah.
So now moving, there's a reason, there's a purpose, it's easier to do. You have something there. And then if you would have stopped though, over there, now there's no other reason for me to be there.
Oh, okay.
Now if she stops you, cool, but she didn't. So you just, so if you feel inclined like you have to move, you got to find a reason why or how. And then, Neil Simon will put a lot of that in there for you too. So you can look at his blocking and see like specifically what is he saying. And if you're hitting some of that and I'm not coaching it the way he wrote it, then we have to talk about why we're missing certain moments too. Because I don't have it right in front of me and we haven't been directing this. So I just tell you, he's right, and he wrote it for a reason. And if he says move, 100%, then you have to justify how to make it real in that moment.
Got it.
How about you?
It was weird because, like, playing happy characters is a lot more natural to me than, like, playing how I played Libby in the beginning. So it's weird why I made that choice. I don't know, I don't know. But I like playing her chipper. It's fun.
Okay. What else did you learn today?
I definitely learned how to like be more in the moment and like fidget with things on the stage. Maybe it felt a lot more natural to me than I thought it would, if that makes sense.
Did you understand what I was saying about you fighting with me?
Kind of. I just have like a perception of her in my brain. I just have trouble like,
Right. So okay. So but how do we get over that? Because if you trust me and I tell you I'm coaching you from love, but I felt the same thing in improv. So I want to get to the core of it. And if we can get to the core of it, you'll be able to grow as a person, and you might even be doing this in other areas of your life.
Okay.
Whether it be with parents or other authority figures or teachers or whatever, and this could be a resistance point for you that if you get through it, could really benefit you because things don't have to be as hard as they are. So what do you think the thing is?
I don't know. Maybe I have to figure that out.
Okay.
Because like if it is affecting other parts of my life, I don't know. That's like, I don't know. It kind of bothers me. I don't know.
So what you just said was, I had this idea in my head.
Sure. Yeah.
So what do you think that represents?
Like thinking I'm right, maybe?
Perhaps, yeah. So is that a common theme?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But maybe I just am too conceited to notice it. I don't know. I don't think I am.
Because you're being so playful now, right? So there'd be this idea of a willingness to give up your point of view, just to experiment and see if anything might be there, just give it up completely, or maybe even like ask from a curious standpoint, but not an I'm right standpoint, you know? Because I can tell you, like I've seen this play directed by one of the greatest directors who's ever lived, Larry Moss. I've directed it myself now probably 7 times. I've read it probably 20. I have an intimate relationship with the play. When I ask you questions, I'm trying to help you find your way to the answers. And I don't think I'm right. Like, I think that we could figure out a better way, a new way, a way that's yours specifically. But I want you to hear that and go, okay, every time somebody like questions something, let me see what, like, where could I grow from that? Like, why are they asking? Because there's got to be a purpose, and then I can get myself to the other side of it, which means that will cause me to grow. You know, I think the best way to even win an argument too is to see the other person's point of view, study it, and then you can, like, you can figure out all the holes in their argument, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go back and you're like, okay, let me try to prove him right, not wrong. Let me go back to the beginning and let me see if there, where does it talk about her body language, or the way she does this or that, or how she responds to certain things. Like, where are we getting that, you know, that energy of whatever it is, like that she owns the place, that has a positive outlook on just about everything. Because if she does, it's the complete opposite of him, which then becomes an interesting twist in the plot of his life.
Mm-hmm. Are you asking me what her? Why
I'm just saying, you know, as you as a person, search for it, and I'm gonna give you credit too. You did though. You did end up dropping and going for it immediately. So. I mean, and then we found it. Like, we found some better moments and more interesting moments, I believe, and the play has a chance to really take off, because then you have to find that energy and then draw it into reality. Now you got to be real from there too. Mm. So she just is that way, so that's her truth, and that's what's hard to find. The same way you being uncomfortable and laughing just 2 seconds ago, I might not be that way, he might not be that way. That's your default, right? That's mm-hmm. kind of her.
So
you're closer to her than you realized.
So bring more of myself into her?
Well, yeah,
okay.
For sure. But also, like, but know why.
Yeah.
And try to find those moments.
Okay. Because I was resisting that. Like, I was just telling Nick last night, I feel like I'm just playing another version of me, like my mannerisms and stuff. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's how I feel every time I play a character. That's another extension of me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's totally okay. And then, you know, then you'll branch out to other things. But I mean, if you have it and it's there, why fight it?
I don't know. It feels like cheating.
Cool.
I don't know. It just, like, I've tried so hard to understand her and think, like, Libby wouldn't react like that. I would react like that. Why am I reacting like how I would instead of how Libby would?
Why don't you think that Libby wouldn't react the way you would react?
Well, because I didn't think she was a positive person. But if she is, I'm a positive person, so maybe that was right.
And I just say, you look at some facts and look at her outlook and what she's trying to do. Mm-hmm. I mean, she's literally got a valet job in order to meet people and talk to famous celebrities, and she's able to talk to them and get their phone numbers. Mm-hmm. Or get their names, at least, you know, and I mean, and you have to play that out in your mind and be like, what kind of person does that?
Yeah, a positive person.
You can't, yeah, there's no way. There's no way it's any other way, yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing her as more ambitious than positive, and I guess I struggle with, I don't think I'm ambitious enough. So I guess that's where my resistance was.
And maybe she's not as ambitious as you thought she was. Because really, what work has she done?
Parking cars.
Exactly. She's one of those actors who went to LA and isn't doing the real work. Mm-hmm. She's doing the fake work so she can talk about the people she's met. That's the bullshit fake LA that everybody complains about. That she represents that. And Neil Simon's bringing that to our attention on purpose. So, so she's not as ambitious as you were giving her credit for, which is totally cool. And that's what I want you to go, oh, okay, cool. That's easy for me now to flip that and go, she's actually more this way than that way. And by you opening up your mind and going, here's what I was thinking, it's a very easy flip to go, not ambitious, actually, she's just positive. Positive's great. But if you don't have the ambition to go with positive, like if she wanted to be an actress, she should have been studying acting. And they even ask her that, like, where do you have studied? I haven't.
My high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she says. She's like, I did lighting at a high school.
Right. Yeah. And that's a super funny joke. You know, like, you know, well, where have you studied? Well, I haven't. You know, have you done anything? Yeah, I was in a play in high school. Okay, that's pretty bad. Like that looks bad on the resume, but what was the play? Okay, you say it. What was your part? Well, I didn't actually have a part. Well, what did you do? Well, I was a lighting person. So you're an actor? Yeah. Totally. That's right. That's the funny is that she's got a positive outlook but has no clue, and she's not doing any of the real work. All right. That's our class. Thank you so much. We will see you in 2 days, everybody. Work hard.